Yes, we will screen, okay, record. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Call the workshop meeting of the Town of Rochester Town Board to order. We stand for the pledge of flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mary Lou, are you hearing us okay?
Loud and clear. Hearing you very well tonight. Better than usual.
Okay, just checking. I'd ask the clerk to do the roll call, please.
Councilman Coleman.
Here.
Councilwoman Allen. Here. Councilman Paddock.
Here.
Councilwoman Suisa is absent. Supervisor Baden.
Here. First, I'd ask for a motion acceptance of the agenda as prepared by the town supervisor with one addition, and that is a discussion of a request for a modification to an economic enterprise overlay. We got new paperwork. So I have that motion.
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? First, announcements. We have public hearings scheduled on Wednesday, July 27th at 6 p.m. here at the community center. There will be 5 back-to-back local law E, F, G, H, and I. These are addendums to the different chapters of the zoning code. The drafts of them are available on the town website and on the town's E-Code 360 under the legislative heading of the E-Code 360. They will begin at 6 p.m. and we will continue until they are completed. At the conclusion of that, the town board will hold its normal audit meeting for the end of the month, pay the July monthly bills. And that is normally on on Thursday, the 28th, but we have moved it to Wednesday, July 27th. Kate, if you want to just give a quick plug for the Farm and Barn tour. I'm sorry,
sure.
I didn't mean to throw that
No, that's okay.
last minute.
I was just thinking here, the audit's gonna be at 6 and then they're gonna follow, right?
No,
These are gonna be at 6?
we flip flopped. We're doing these with the audit meeting to
Okay.
follow the public hearings.
Okay.
Yep. That way we get the public
Yeah.
hearings done. They take as long as they take, and then we can stay and pay
Okay.
the bills.
Late as we need.
Yeah. All right, so Farm and Barn Day is this Saturday from 11 to 3 at the town park. We have approximately 14 vendors coming, a variety of vendors, anywhere from soaps to candles to jewelry to homemade arts. We have 4 information booths coming. We have Roundup Valley Growers Association, American Farmland Trust, Cornell Cooperative, and we also have our HBC and our Friends of Historic Rochester with a booth of information. And we have a petting zoo, pony rides, historical information, a food truck, and music from 12 to 2, and then the historic barn tour, which was a sign up ahead of time, will start at 1 p.m. and we are at full capacity with a waiting list of about 12 people at this time. So that is actually a really good hit. I hope everything goes smoothly because it's going to be hot. And I say all that.
Great, thank you. Aaron, do you want to just talk about the Sunday event?
Sure. On Sunday at 1 p.m., Councilman Coleman and I are hosting a public information session. Basically, what we'd like to do is cover exactly what's going on with the zoning changes, the general process that we're following as a board, some general information about zoning laws and process and how that unfolds. And then I think that'll probably be a 20 to 30-minute presentation. And we'd like to reserve a lot of time for questions and discussion. So we're hoping, weather permitting, we were thinking it'd be nice to be outside so that everyone feels comfortable, but the community center will be open for cooling off. And we hope people who have questions or are curious or want to be a part of the process show up so we can really share what we know about the process and how people can be involved with them.
Great. And one more, the third Thursday that you want to talk about.
Yeah, that is that the 27th? I don't have it.
No,
Or is that
it's
tomorrow?
tomorrow.
It's tomorrow, and that is on I'm not going to say it right, but birds and urban landscape. And that's the ECC sent out, that's virtual, so it's via Zoom. So on the ECC Facebook page, or if anyone subscribed to their newsletter, or on Nextdoor, they've posted the information about that.
And they've partnered now with what two towns? Woolworthing?
I believe Marbletown, Woolworthing, and I think maybe Olive, but I'm not 100% sure. But
Oh, nice.
they're doing it all together. And they have their own now third Thursday newsletter, but
Fabulous.
specifically about that program.
Okay, thank you very much. First order of business on the agenda is a discussion of the proposed Constant Accord First Aid Squad 2022 contract. You have in front of you, for the board members, the version that the town provided in January for Constant Accord First Aid. You have their reply back of their version of the contract in June. And you have Councilman Coleman and Attorney Christiana's thoughts on the newer proposal. I gave you the original proposal because there are a couple sections that they dropped out that I think some of the wording is important to carry over. So I'd like to kind of just sort of, my goal is to get something that we can all agree on tonight as the wording of a contract. We can adopt a resolution subject to Mary Lou's final review of it, present it to them, and with hope that it gets signed before next week, and then we can provide the funding with at next week's audit. So that's my goal. Michael or Mary Lou, since you have spent the most time with this, do you want to sort of take the lead? Do you mind? I don't mean to impose, but I should have warned you on this.
No, I don't. I can go through the comments that I had.
Yeah, why don't we do that, and then I can kind of go through the sections that I think should carry over in the original that are not there now, that I think are. And the other thing is, you'll see that they proposed a rider at the end. I don't really understand the need for a rider. I think we just take those elements and we put them back into the contract. Having a rider on a, and this contract will only be for the remainder of this year, because when we do the ambulance, well, if we do the ambulance district, which we have adopted it, and if it moves forward, we will have to have a very different type of contract, because then the town is more financially responsible for the funding. So,
Mike, I agree. The rider thing should just be put right into the main agreement. I suspect what they've done is they've kind of taken an agreement that they've had with Warsing for a few years. So my guess is that sometime in the past, they added that rider to it. So they just did it in the same form to us. But I think we should put that in the main agreement as well. We don't need a
the
rider.
email that came with this, this was modeled after their contract with, or I don't know if it was their contract with Warsing or Ellenville's contract with,
Right.
with Town of Warsing. I wasn't entirely clear on that, but I agree that maybe the one we proposed was a little too much more toward the ambulance district, because it was modeled after Marbletown's contract, which they already have a district going this year. So probably this contract is more in line with what we'll need next year. So we can kind of chip away at the pieces that we don't really need in this year's contract. So, but Michael, why don't we go through your comments and then kind of go from there, so.
Yeah, so I think the first thing that just jumped out to me is that this is obviously for basic life support, so not ALS, not advanced life support. I was curious because I know it's something that KFAS has been talking about internally about possibly in the future, whether or not they would consider having people that were ALS certified supporting that. So I wasn't sure if that language should be in here or how that's kind of negotiated in terms of dispatch to the county perspective.
I found out the answer to that. So the BLS ALS is a part of their certificate of what's it called? Certificate of need. Yeah, I think this didn't sound right in my head when I said it. So they only serve BLS. If there is an ALS, ALS is more dealing with certain levels of treatment. The county, if it encountered that situation, would probably dispatch a different. And so they are only registered with the county for BLS. So I understand that probably the contract should just state that. And if it changes in the future, then we can amend the contract or it would just automatically roll over one to the other. So,
Okay.
but the ALS it's sort of administered by the county. It's two different degrees of coverage, and
That's what I said.
it's
I
a
know
lot
they
of
don't do it
different
today.
training to get to that level.
Right, paramedics. Line item 3, they had ambulance may bill patients for services. I just changed that to shall. Make sure that that's kind of clear, that that's the process in terms of billing for them.
Yeah.
I think that should be a pretty.
I'm not sure we can require that though, because if the patient doesn't have insurance, their policy is not to bill. Or if there is they bill insurance companies, they don't bill the patients. So I think in that case, a may probably is better. Because I don't think we can say you must bill the patients.
Well, and that's fine. I don't feel strongly about it. I think they can always bill, and then if the patient doesn't have insurance, opt to not collect.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure there's a clear distinction that the funding that the town is providing is kind of budgeted.
Well, and that's where we may want to go back to the language in the original and borrow that language to like redo number 3.
Like our funding is not based off necessarily how many patients they're seeing, and we're not getting.
No, our funding is based off their budget and their ask.
Right.
The next sentence says the parties acknowledge that town is not in any way involved or party to any billings, nor is it party to any. So doesn't that make it clear? Or does that help?
Yeah, but I don't think we should put the word shall in there, because then we're saying.
Oh, I'm agreeing. I think that I'm just saying that I feel like the next sentence clarifies that the ambulance they're covering billing. Town has nothing to do with it.
So
You
we could say shall be responsible for.
So their original proposal says seek revenue recovery for persons utilizing the ambulance service and account for same as more fully set forth in this agreement. KFAS will seek to collect co-pays or deductibles as part of revenue recovery, because that's what they're getting. They're getting co-pays or deductibles, and I think so. I think some of the language in our original could sort of migrate over, and maybe we agree on their language, and then we kind of look through ours and decide what we should pull over and where we should pull it over. and then we can
Yeah, I
rewrite
just
this.
generally don't like names and contracts.
Well, I do like that language, Mike, that the town, we could suggest town acknowledges that ambulance shall seek revenue recovery, because then that's up to them,
Yeah. Yeah,
right? Isn't that what we're saying?
I'm talking,
Where are you seeing that?
In the original one,
you're talking in section 4, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
isn't that the one you just?
No, I was talking in 3.6. under
Oh, yeah, that's the
obligations
one,
of
that's what I
paybacks.
just read. Yeah, I read 3.6. Yeah. We could just recommend that. That we, right?
Yeah, I think it's fine. But you're still saying it's shall?
Because the town has nothing to do with it. They're the ones, it's up to them. It's
Right.
not up to
That-
us.
yeah,
They can do
that's-
whatever they want.
Right, that's what I want to make clear, that there's any monies that the town is dispersing are not.
So, but
related to
if we're saying
patient
shall seek revenue, that's different than saying shall bill patients.
Yes, it is.
Bill patients is very
care.
specific.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's, I'm fine with that.
So we'll add 3.6 in place of that, but then we'll use their last sentence on the tail end of ours.
Right.
Oh, this is gonna be fun making these notes back and forth.
Because then there's a video.
Yeah.
Mary Louise, are you good with that language that they're proposing?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, and one thing is, this year it is not 175,000, it's 150,000. We had 44 and we agreed to another 106. The ones that, they did send an email saying they were looking for more money, but that's where the 175 we took for next year's budget.
Right, that was what was in there.
So.
And then the other comment in the section, that this may not apply necessarily to this section. I want there to be some kind of mechanism so that we can get access to financials. And I assume that they're going to provide us access to financials, but I want to make sure it's explicit in the contract that we'll have that so that.
Well, our 3.7,
Yeah, put 3.7 back in.
as we work through, we can kind of add, and then we can go back to our original agreement and see if there's anything else that should move over there. So.
Right.
For where are we putting 3.7 after or?
It'll be to stay in the same order that it's in
Okay.
now. It'll just, things will be renumbered, but
I think that. I don't know, this is highlighted, maybe I'll just renumbering.
yeah.
So the next big thing was the indemnification language, and I just think it needs to be reciprocal. And I know Mary agrees, so if we're gonna indemnify them about anything that happens, they need to also indemnify us, so that something happens in the course of them
I
during
think,
normal operations that the town is protected.
I think that is in
Yeah,
indemnity. I'm gonna just put our section 8 in,
yeah, that just needs to.
where we say that they indemnify us and we indemnify.
Right.
And it just,
Everybody's indemnified. And then I think it was originally 12. I'm looking at the number version. I think it was 12. It's the one ambulance may provide service to other persons or municipalities. And the last sentence to me, I felt like it needed to be rewritten. And I think Mary Lou proposed a rewritten version of it.
Yeah, I don't have mine. I'm pulling it up. Sorry.
That's for the residents of the town and the portion of the town in such district as may be determined by ordinance. So I just want to make sure it's clear what area we're talking about.
Right. So we put in that it's from the county.
yeah,
Yeah, similar to what we did in
yeah,
resolution.
yeah.
And that was, oh wait. And then there was a few more in the rider.
Well, what I'm gonna do is take the information in the rider and just pull it back into the contract.
Right, but we want to discuss some changes to those provisions.
Yes, yes.
So the one big one in the rider was item 1.
Yeah, I don't think we say past practice. I think we go back to our original proposal of section 5, revenue recovery. We put I would suggest we put our 5.1 in. So KPAS will seek revenue from all persons utilizing the ambulance service. That just says they're going to try.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting going back to the original point. So I definitely don't want to give the impression that I want them to feel like they need to bill people who don't have insurance. So I think it's good if it's clearly defined what their policy is. And I know KPAS is not, they don't chase people down if they can't afford it.
Yeah, and I think we can take out 5.2 because 5.2 is specifically talking about how they bill. And being on the EMS county council, I have learned that medical billing, EMS billing, not medical, EMS billing is such a very unique animal. The woman at Diaz Ambulance, everybody touts her as the local expert, and she can give a class on it. She's amazing.
Where's, you said 5.2?
I would just, in our revenue recovery.
Oh, okay.
So in our revenue recovery section, I think we just put 5.1 in replace of their rider. We take out 5.2, and I don't even know if we need 5.3. No, we take 5.3 out as well.
Yeah, I would take that out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know, as you said, next year it's going to be a different contract.
yeah. So the only thing, instead of their rider, we'll just keep our revenue recovery section and we'll use 5.1.
I mean, I like number 2. In the first section of the rider that they're gonna, I mean, I think it's
Yep.
generate. So we can keep that.
So 5.2, you think we should keep?
No,
No.
2 in the rider. where
No.
they say they provide
Their-
Oh,
CPR,
and their rider, I'm sorry.
First aid training.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of had a
I
similar.
think we had that, yeah.
Yeah, so I'll just include both of those in. So our 5.1, we're gonna replace, their 1 is gonna replace with 5.1. We're gonna keep 2. I think we're gonna just take 1 out because we're already well into that process, and I don't think we need it even
Yeah,
in
that's
this contract. So we're just gonna remove that. Now, 2, there 2, I just want to see how we worded it. It was under town obligations. See, I like it better in our original contract where it just, the ambulance will do X, Y, Z, the town will do X, Y, Z.
Yeah, better to have it.
Yeah. And so that's already in there. In 4.6, 4.7, and 4.8, and we have to have the 4.8. So I'm gonna put those back in place of 2. Yeah, I apologize, I didn't take copies of these. I'm so sorry. Do we want to put in this contract, the fuel delivery?
So I think Michael had a good question, and that was, do they pay for the fuel? That
Yes.
should be,
Yes,
all
they
right.
do. So the
I-
reason they piggyback on us is we don't pay tax.
Right, no, that's great, but it should be that we will be reimbursed for the price of the fuel. You know, they're getting our bid price.
I mean, I'm not crazy about using the word past practice. It's not a labor contract, so. Yeah. But everything that's mentioned there, I don't have a problem with.
Right, but let's just put in there that at their cost.
Yeah. But only for the fuel delivery. We don't,
Right,
Do they use the transfer station? I don't know that they do use the transfer station. Yeah.
And maybe they actually use the one in Wawarsing, and maybe that's where that came from. I
It
don't
might
know.
be,
Oh, yeah, this is something about that.
yeah. I'll just add the fuel delivery thing into a section of obligations of the town.
Yep, that's fine.
So now that we've kind of gone through theirs, why don't we go through ours and see where we think if our language is better or their language. So I am gonna just use our language from the header in place of theirs, but it's just because it's a little more legalese. So we're gonna keep that.
You're saying everything above Wilkinson?
Yeah, and I think the first whereas is probably fine as long as we take out the and advanced support. Yeah, otherwise I think we keep the language.
You're saying you want to keep our version?
Yeah, I'm keeping our version, but we're gonna take out an advanced life support. So it's the town desires to contract with KFAS for the provisions of emergency and general ambulance services, basic life support. And then we'll take out the up through ALS and then keep the rest of it.
I mean, is there something you dislike about the other version? Because I think the more we redline this, the more it's gonna drag the process out.
Yeah, I just think ours is a little more of a contract language, and I'm not thrilled with their version of it. I think it needs to say the BLS section. I mean, we can either doctor theirs or we can just use ours and take that one phrase out. To me, it's easier to just use ours. I'm sure their issue was the ALS.
Mhm.
Otherwise, it says it basically the same thing. And then we take out the second whereas because I agree that's just kind of controversial. And I think we can take out the third whereas. Actually, wait a minute. The third whereas, there's really nothing. Is there any problem with the third whereas that you see?
You can take that out because our
Okay,
first whereas says on the terms and conditions, and that is
Okay.
included in the terms and conditions.
okay. So I think that now therefore, I think the term, I think we just need to say when it starts, shall be through December 31, 2022. I think it needs a starting date. The effective date would be January 1, 2022, because we're paying them a year's worth of.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. I think you want to say the agreement shall be effective retroactively to January 1st, 2022 until December 31st, 2022. Because, you know, it's a lot of money. I don't want anyone to mistake that that's what we feel we need to pay every 4 months. If this ends up being a 4 months.
The renewal and modification we can take out because it doesn't need to be there
You know
anymore.
what? I would keep that in just in the, what I think is a very unlikely event. But in the event that there is a permissive referendum and it's voted
Okay.
down, it would be a lot easier to just renew.
Okay. Okay.
We certainly don't have to.
See, I just, my problem with their version, Michael, is it's just too simplified. It doesn't cover the details.
Because I don't know what you're looking at specifically.
Well,
It is
I'm just
shorter.
looking at it, well, it's not even that matter that it's shorter. I just think that like, you know, the obligation of KFAS, Ulster County Emergency Management Services determines like what the district is, not us, not them. So I think we should be named, they should be named, and the laws are set by the state of New York, Department of Health, and I know it's a given, but I just think to me, it's important, like 3.1, I think that whole section is important. And I think 3.2 is important. And I think, you know, 3.3 was already in their contract, in their version. I guess part of me is just not thrilled that they just diced it up so much, and you know, it was, yeah, it's too general. I'm not sure, in the event of something going to a court, I think that contract doesn't hold much weight.
I mean, I get told a lot that I'm too long-winded and I write too many words.
Me too.
I think words are good in contracts, but I also think there's something to be said. I mean, this
Well,
is,
there's sections we can take out of here. I mean, the whole section of the whole budget stuff, we don't need that right now in this contract, because that's gonna be moving toward next year. As soon as we negotiate this contract and we find out the permissive referendum is not being called for, we're gonna jump right on both contracts with Marbletown, and so we get it done by September, so we can get numbers for our budget
a new contracts that commence
for next year,
December.
January 1.
Right, there'll be ambulance district contracts.
I think our version, you know, the obligations of KFAS, it just says it clearer. KFAS will do this, Town will do this. Their version is kind of all over the place. And they don't really cover what the town will, you know, they tried to simplify it with this rider that I don't buy it.
But the basis of this is the contract they have with Morris. So this is
Right,
another town has been using this
yeah,
without issue.
that doesn't mean
Doesn't
it's,
mean we can't have a better contract.
No, I agree. It's better to have the language in there than not, but we seem to be at an impasse.
Well-
We want to make sure they have funding.
well, you know, I need to say, it's kind of up to them. You know, kind of up to them to agree. And I don't know what I'm not sure, they never told us what their issue was.
I know, we didn't get a red line. on this.
Yeah, they just gave us
So,
this,
so,
we like our contract better. And I just think ours is more protective.
so yeah, I think that we do the longer version, and if they have objections, they can let us know what they are and we'll discuss them.
We can take out what we can take out of this, and we can take out a bit, you know, but we already took out the first whereas, the second whereas. I think 3.1 needs to stay. I think 3.2 and 3.3 needs to stay. I think 3.4 needs to stay.
Yeah, that's important.
I think 3.5 needs to stay. I mean, they have to provide it within the town. And I think they even kind of say it. Where we could take out is 3.8 can go away. Why don't we just work through ours and see what we can take out and then go. Mary, do you have any problem taking 3.9 out?
Actually, 3.9 is probably good to make sure for both of us that we go through the proper process. That
Okay,
they, you know, if they're, and I don't know what their bylaws or their articles of, you know, incorporation say, but they probably have a process they have to go to. They probably need a board resolution just like we do. So it's just
Can't believe we're doing it.
a statement saying that they've done it properly
What? This is
from their
crazy.
end.
We're completely reversing position. We could have done this when we got the contract, said, no, this isn't enough, but now we're going back and we're gonna do, this isn't gonna get signed until September now.
Well,
It's not well, I mean.
No, but Michael,
we could have pushed back, we could have done push back in June when we got it. Now we're 2 months into it.
no.
It's fine, if we wanna do it, we wanna do it.
We're 6 weeks into it and we haven't had time to talk about it as a group.
All right, let's talk about it as a group. But now we're like hitting the brakes on this. We're gonna set this aside and go
So-
back to this and throw it back. I'm not saying I
Michael-
disagree with with wanting to have a strong contract. I'm disagreeing with the process by which we got it.
Well,
We waited 6 months after or 5 months after
Thank you.
one was sent to them.
And
And you know
it
what?
wasn't that we didn't
I
ask.
do-
somebody, you know, you asked them,
I do
when are
think,
we gonna get a contract? When are we gonna get a contract?
I do believe that when we get this back to them, I think things will move quickly, because I think that if they have some problems, they'll say, here it is, and we'll discuss it. And I think we're gonna have this signed in August. It may be the workshop meeting rather than the initial meeting, but it could happen at the initial meeting. There is time for that.
Could we schedule a special meeting where we
Well,
talk about it with
What,
them together?
before we predict what's gonna happen, why don't we finish talking about this and see what we end up with? Before we just negate this process and see what we end up with, and then go from there. We haven't even made it through yet to the town's obligations. You know, this doesn't protect us.
I understand, I'm just annoyed.
Well,
I'm sure they're gonna be annoyed.
well,
I'm not, it's nothing personal, it's just this, but let's go through it.
And all I'm saying is if there is that, then we can schedule a special meeting where we
Right.
sit down together, that's all. Like, we don't have to keep going back and forth.
Right, we can sit down and hammer it out
Yeah,
if we need to. If they have real objections.
we didn't know they were gonna provide a different contract. When we gave it to them, we said, please let us know what your issues are. And then 4.5 months later, we sent this to them in the middle of June.
I get it, I'm not saying
No.
there's not issues on their side as well.
Understood,
They
Michael.
should have been,
But this is not the only thing we're working on. We've got
I know,
12 zoning codes in front of us. I mean,
I'm not, there's no judgment on the fact that anybody.
well, but
And I
feel like-
think everyone wants this to happen. I think we're gonna get there. I think we're gonna be there very soon. Everybody wants to get a good contract, and better to spend a little bit of time now than have something be unclear and spend those months or years in court.
Yeah, I don't disagree with wanting to have a good contract for sure. It's the timing of it. the fact
Well-
that I don't want to see this slip in because I do.
no, but we got this after our regular January.
No, I
mean,
know,
June.
I know the timeline. I don't know the time. I get it.
So,
I'm not saying this is all on us, but I just wish this would have happened sooner. But, okay, let's go through it.
well,
so,
I think 4.1 is just, we just end with the February, May, August, and November 1, and we take out.
can I just give you, I'm sorry, we're keeping all of the threes?
We're getting rid of 3.8. There's no
3.8,
reason for
okay.
3.8 because
That, okay.
we're gonna be moving to a new situation with an ambulance board who will review the budget and make recommendations. So,
And then Mary Lou said 3.9 is important.
yeah,
then-
and 3.10 is, they
Okay.
provided it to the equivalent of it.
Yes, okay, got it.
I also, to be honest, to be fair, I mean, theirs is in like about a 6 or 7 point font and mine's in 12. If I cut my font down to their size, it would probably be, theirs is 5 pages, ours is 12, but if I cut my font down, it'd probably be 7 pages. So it's not like its volume is more than what they provided.
It's just a different contract.
Yeah.
And I think if we can also just, I don't think that there's any fundamental difference.
I don't think we're
except for
providing
some-
anything different than what they want, except theirs is just.
Whereas ours is more specific, but we're willing to take some of the stuff out.
Right.
So I think if we just make sure,
Like 4.2, I don't think we need. We're saying we're gonna give them 150,000. And so 4.2 can go away. I'm back to 4.1.
okay,
I think we just stop after November 1st. We can take the remainder of that out. 4.3, we can take out.
Yep.
We don't need 4.3. We don't need 4.4. We can take 4.5 out.
I would keep 4.4 in because that's really the same thing as their 3.9. They're saying they've taken the right steps. We're saying that we have taken the right steps.
Okay. So we'll keep 4.4. 4.5 we don't need.
Right.
That's a county thing, not us.
Yep.
6, 7, and 8, we're gonna keep. Because that's all.
Yep,
about
and it's just
5.
really putting their things back in.
And then we're gonna add in the thing about the
Yeah.
oil, fuel oil.
Yep.
And fuel oil, and they also get gasoline from us. So I'll use some of the language from their writing.
Yep.
5.1 we're gonna leave. We're gonna take out 5.2 and 5.3.
Mike, I know you probably already know this, but the stuff you're adding from their writer with the fuel oil, I think it should go from 4.4, the current 4.8. I think
Okay.
It should end on the 4.8.
Yeah, yeah,
That's all.
absolutely.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I'll just reorder that. The whole budgeting section can come out. But it'll all reappear for next year. Mary Lou, should we keep in 7.1 or do we not care?
Let's see. I don't, they're gonna have their audit procedures they have to go through. I
Okay.
don't think we need to tell them how to
Take
do that.
out.
They have their regulation.
7.2 is important to me. If we're gonna give them $150,000 instead of 22, I think they need to report to us the number of calls and stuff. So I think 7.2 is important to stay.
All
in
right,
there.
you're gonna have to change the dates though, just because we're starting this late. You might want to put half by September 1st.
Well, they actually have already been reporting to us their number of calls.
Oh, okay. All right.
They've been reporting it on a monthly basis to Michael, so.
Okay, well, maybe we want to change that to say that we have received
Okay,
Well, this is one.
whatever we've already received.
This is asking for a lot more information. Which
Okay,
I do-
so-
I do agree, we want to have.
yeah, except. Are we worried about, I don't think we're worried about it right now.
That's fine, yeah, but as part of the future contract, I think we
Yeah.
have to make sure that we understand.
So how about we say on a quarterly basis, no later than KFAS will provide the town with the reports prepared by KFAS or others demonstrating the number of calls and the coverage of town. And then we can just end there and not get into the financial. Just for this contract.
I mean, I would like to know, I would like to get a sense of how the funds, the 150,000 that we're providing what is
Okay,
utilized.
then let's leave it. Then
And
let's
we could
leave
just
seven.
have a report at the end of the year, and we should have some
They
paper
have,
trail.
in theirs, their six is, it is agreed that ambulance shall provide town with quarterly statements for showing all financial activity.
Yeah,
So they.
Okay, so how about we
Okay.
use their 6 in place of our 7.2. And in place of 7.3 as well, in place of 7.2 and 7.3. And then we're gonna get rid of 7.2, 7.3. It's so specific and we don't need it.
Do they have, I just want to make sure we're not tweaking whatever we don't want. They
They
have 6
say,
and 7, so they have a 6 that's about books, records, and other data.
7 is about,
And then the budget. Do we
yeah,
wanna
the
include
budget
that?
doesn't matter for this
Oh,
contract.
because we're doing another one.
Because we'll be
Okay,
starting
got it.
over from scratch.
Yep.
And if by chance the referendum did fail, then we could amend the contract to include their budget. But, I mean, currently we get a year-end financial statement from them. Where is their set? Oh, I see. You remembered it to 8, because I'm looking at your copy. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at the-
Yeah, I think their 6 is fine as it's worded, and I don't think we need to go into the detail that we go into. And we do want to keep the monthly calls.
Yeah.
You know, we could just keep their 10 as the budget, and they can provide it to us.
Or, yeah, the one.
Yeah.
It was 7, Councilman Coleman.
Yeah, so we're gonna
Remember,
keep
10.
Councilman Coleman's 8, 9,
I don't remember.
10, because you added just a couple into it. But we'll take our 7 out.
Our 7.
Yeah, and we'll replace it with their information. So we'll take our entire 7 out and replace it with their information of the 8, 9, 10. The indemnify. Mary Lou, they have the thing about the independent contractor. Is that the same as our indemnify?
Now okay, what section are you looking at on theirs or on
The
mine?
bottom of page 2 on Michael's comments. It's agreed that ambulance is an independent contractor.
Right, it means they're not employees.
Right, but do we have anything like that in ours? Because I think it's good. I think we should include that language in ours.
I'm not fine with it. I think that's
Yeah,
absolutely fine. I don't know that we have that.
I would like to use our insurance clause only because it's very specific from our insurance.
Yep,
agent.
I like our insurance clause better.
So on I'm sorry, backing up. In R8, and then.
We're just gonna use our 8 instead of theirs.
Oh,
We're gonna just move our language in. The indemnify is indemnity section of ours is important.
Well,
to
yeah.
bear.
But we are gonna use the their contract.
but we wanted to add in there, it is the annual.
So maybe that becomes
independent.
8. This is
Yeah,
Or
We want to take.
I would put,
7.
put their language in as another section.
Put their, yeah. put
Yeah,
this in.
I'm not trying to reorder everything right now. Once we decide what's in and what's out, I'm just gonna go back and rewrite it. I would like to, Our 9.1 is important. Our 9.2 is important in that the town has to be an additional insured, and that's not mentioned in theirs. I think the 9.3 is important. They have to carry workers' comp because we're not carrying workers' comp for them. I think 9.4 could go away. I don't think our 9.4 is necessary. And the 9.5, they just basically have to give us copies of their insurance. I think that's reasonable. So we get rid of 9.4, but we keep everything else at 9. And I think the 10, the termination, has to be in there. The sever, oh, here it is. The vendor status says exactly what their number 11 said.
Yeah, but I like calling independent contractor
So we're
better
gonna replace R12 with their,
with theirs. Yep.
with theirs. And then the miscellaneous,
I think you keep in the first sentence and you take out the part about the ongoing discussions because we're done with that already.
yeah, so what do you mean by the first part, ending where?
The agreement sets forth the entire agreement and understanding between the parties, matters contained herein, and merges and supersedes all prior discussions, agreements, and understandings of every kind and nature among them, period. Then take out.
They got the rest of it.
Yep.
I think 13.2 it needs to stay in.
And 13.1 you can keep in the last sentence also. So just the first and last sentences.
Okay.
13.2 stays in, of course. Yep. 13.3 is fine. Do we want notice by registered mail?
Well, I'm looking back at what they put in. He put in something toward the tail end about it.
What did they put for their notice?
There's 16. Which is very specific to them. He just wants that extra copy sent to
Okay,
his law firm.
that's fine. Why don't you have
Is
extra
he their attorney?
copies?
I'm just curious, is he their attorney of record though? Do we know?
I did not think he was.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really understand why we're sending an additional copy.
Well, if you do, I want an additional copy too.
Well, you'd get one anyway, so.
Unless, but it also, well,
I
don't do
think
that.
we could send him a courtesy copy without it being in the contract. I think our 13.4 covers it just fine.
Yeah, but it doesn't hurt if they want you to send it somewhere else as
Okay.
well.
Okay,
That's pretty standard that things get
we'll
sent.
replace our
to the-
13.4.
And just add me in there though.
Yeah,
I want a courtesy copy too, which shall not be considered notice.
okay. They're 15. I think our insurance coverage does better than their 15. So, you know, with the amount we just cut out, we're probably the same length as they are, and it's the same
I have
thing.
I have an insurance question,
Yeah.
because in their, I'm just gonna call it in the Coleman 13. the version we have.
Yeah, it's a lot easier that way.
They have the liability section.
Mhm.
And at the second sentence in that section says, ambulance will provide to town an insurance endorsement and an insurance certificate, which shall contain a provision that the insurance company will provide written notice to town within 10 days of cancellation or suspension of insurance coverage. What, like, that is in there, it's not in there. What does that?
That actually protects us because in the event. that they
Right, if they
Yeah.
don't pay,
their
So-
Insurance,
Can we add that in?
yeah,
Okay, because
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that's in ours.
no, it's probably not, and it is in a lot of standard contracts.
Okay. Yeah.
Like all our contracts for the construction of these buildings,
Yep.
if their policy was canceled, we got immediate notice of it.
yeah, we
So-
should start putting that in all our contracts.
So we're gonna just add that in to
Yep.
our section of insurance. I'll just make that its own bullet point. Okay,
You could go in that.
yeah. So how can we do this, Mary Lou? Because the board needs to vote on a finished product, right? They can't authorize you and I based on this discussion. Can they
I
authorize-
think we have too many changes for them to,
Well, can we authorize them to send it to them to see what they think?
oh, sure, you can authorize Mike to make the changes and forward it to the,
That'll help shorten the process.
And if we adopt it at our August meeting, I can bring a voucher and we can sign the voucher and do
Yeah.
payment.
I would want to authorize you to make the changes and send it. Maybe you could copy us, just so we have a copy, and then
Copy
get their
everybody.
feedback.
I'll
on
send
it.
it to them and I'll copy every board member and send
yeah,
it to.
and tell them if we get the feedback right away, we
We can
can,
make the changes and-
get this done for our August meeting and make that the first 3/4 payments at that time. Or whatever it is.
So this will be, I will do this, have it done tomorrow. I'll write it up. You know what I'll do though, before I send it to them, I will write it up. I'll send it to Mary Lou and to you guys, just put eyes on it, make sure I didn't do something that you didn't think I was gonna do. And then I'll send it to them. So look in
That
your
sounds
email
good, Mike.
tomorrow afternoon. Do we need a motion for that, Mary Lou?
No,
Okay.
It's just correspondence.
Okay, I just, and I'll be honest, Michael, I didn't.
I'm
really-
over it, it's fine. Not mad at it.
I know you're not, but I just,
I said my piece,
okay.
and I understand and sympathize with the position of the board as well.
Yeah.
I want to keep contract.
Next, I put together a local law 6. Did I print it out and bring it with me?
You sent that in the pack.
I emailed it to everybody, yeah.
yeah, it was in the package.
Oh, yeah, you sent that out.
Yeah. Can I borrow it just to look at? So I think I neglected to print this one when I printed all the zoning stuff. So it's, the changes are in red. It is changing Cherrytown Road, which currently says the boundary of 338 Cherrytown Road, and actually that probably should have been 350 Cherrytown Road, not 338. But it's now Cherrytown Road, County Route 3, Sampsonville, to Blossom Lane. I considered going all the way to Mount Laurel Road, but it seemed like Blossom Lane being a reasonable stopping point. The reasoning is obvious. The resort there. The next is the St. Joseph Road. It's the entire road. I spoke with the highway superintendent. He believes it's valid. We have had reports of events going on, private events, parking along the road. This would make that entire road no parking.
It's very unsafe for people to park on the road.
It is.
For emergency.
I admit it's reacting on a situation basis, but I would rather do this than just put a bunch of roads on that may, the roads that are not problems where people park occasionally. I don't think we want to try to penalize the residents if they're not issues. That's fine. So we have bulked this up quite a bit. This is probably the fourth amendment since I've been supervisor. It used to say almost next to nothing. So,
Yep.
And admittedly, I didn't print the whole local law. I mean, this is the whole local law, but this isn't the whole vehicle and traffic. It's only the section that would be changed. This doesn't need referrals to anybody. If the board is ready to do this, we can schedule this for public hearing. And I think are we early enough we can schedule it for our August 2nd meeting, or should we have to do the workshop?
I'll put it up there, obviously.
You would have enough time to get notice in the paper?
And then do we post the sign to no parking, post the road with no parking signs?
As soon as we adopt the law, I tell Jeff to order the signs and he puts them up there,
And it's enforced by the constables.
and the highway superintendent. And any other
Any other?
police agencies have the ability to enforce it. Okay. So how does the board feel?
Yeah.
And I
Yeah,
made it
that's-
local law 6 because that is our next number.
Yeah.
I figured it,
I think
we
we
do
should
this.
set it for.
okay.
So
So for the,
I'm just curious, have we ever had any issues with residents on the street having concerns about this? And is there a procedure if somebody needs to park on the street to kind of request the?
no, there isn't. There is not a procedure, it's a matter of enforcement. There is no procedure to waive, we don't have one.
Okay.
A policy or a procedure.
But it hasn't been an issue of legal. Park there.
No, we did at the last time we added, we did make some changes from what we originally, like on Tobacco Road, we were gonna do the entire road and we changed it just from Main Street to the rear of our property. And that was primarily for events that happen here, when people park all over that road.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so then I'd ask for a motion to schedule local law 6 of 2022 for public hearing on August 2nd at 6:30 p.m. and request the town clerk circulate notice of the public hearing and that the regular meeting to commence immediately following the public.
Make that motion.
Second. Yeah, I'll make it since
I'll second.
I didn't second it. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I will,
So Mike,
yes,
while we're talking about parking on these very, very hot days, I went by Sunset Drive yesterday and it was not full like it was before the parking regulations went into effect for that road, but there were some people there and it was a little bit later at night. So you might want to just keep an eye on that in case you need the constables to go
we
out.
actually have been, because we have
Okay.
a board member who has to get in and out of their field and regularly is impacted by that.
Oh, okay. So I noticed that last night. Okay.
And who has stopped and told people they were illegally parked when they were parked directly under the no parking sign.
There's many
Do
layers.
you do that kind of like the game show models and you just go like this and show them the
You
sign?
usually it's 9 o'clock at night and I'm not that busy, but
They get hit with a zucchini.
I'm not mean, I'm just not friendly.
You're always nice. I'm sure you're very
Okay.
nice.
Mary Lou, before you run away on the zoning,
Okay.
laws, I'd like to just quickly talk about this EEO. So this is the EEO that is on Lucas Turnpike. It's the only one we currently have adopted. they have now completed an actual Town of Rochester Town Board zoning request. They provided the part one of seeker. They provided information. So,
The sawmill.
yeah, so let me share with you guys the information I got from them. Yeah. And here's their seeker,
Oh, this is the-
and here's their seeker. And here's their application. And here's their application. They did provide one copy of the map, but because it's a large copy, we're not able to make copies. They're showing the location of where they're proposing this to be. I'll give it to you guys if you want to look at it while I'm talking, and then pass it over to Michael. So essentially, oh, I also printed out the section of the EEO zoning code to be sure I was talking about this correctly. And Mary Lou, I don't know if you have a copy of that, or you could probably look online. So,
Yeah, I have the EEO
yeah,
section
so
up on my computer, but I don't have what you just handed out.
understood. I
Okay,
made copies at the last minute for the board. I
yeah,
decided
no, that's
that
all
it's
right.
better to do this then. So section F of the EEO code is modifications. And any further proposed change in use of a property that does not comply with the underlying zoning for the property shall be required to go back before the town board for review. So they're proposing a sawmill, not a portable one, so it is not allowed in that zoning district. So section 1 is why it's coming back to us, because they're proposing an additional use. They're not proposing further subdivision.
No.
So number 2 does not apply.
Right, but it does.
Right. So number 3, any changes other than use
Other
changes.
than use.
Now, this is a use change.
Right.
It's not, they're not
Yeah.
proposing to build anything. They're gonna be placing a portable saw, 2 portable sawmills on the property
Okay.
and a kiln drying machine. But it's not a structure that they're building. These are
They're
just
just-
pieces of equipment that would be permanently placed on a spot on their property.
Okay.
So these are use changes, not structural changes or necessarily site plan changes. And this is where I kind of need your opinion, Mary Lou. So number 4, modifications to the zoning of properties within an approved EEO request require application approval by the town. Is this a change in zoning if they're asking for a new use in the EEO?
Well, they're asking for a new use that's not allowed in the zone.
Right, yes.
So
So-
my question is on this though, because they're not really proposing a site plan change, they're proposing a use change. Is this something the town board can just, if it chooses to consider, is it something the town board can consider and amend the EEO and they're done? Or is this a site plan change that they have to then go to the planning board? That's the part I'm unclear on.
No, I don't think it's a site plan change. But I think, the EEO change itself will have to be referred to the planning board.
Because when
but
you
it
read
doesn't-
their description, this is, while it is a new use, it is somewhat in following what we gave them approval for, which was a woodworking workshop. Their plan is to use this wood that they're drying and cutting in their processing of their
Mhm.
stuff,
So-
their equipment. So it's not
So just from what I'm hearing, I don't see it needing to go back to the planning board
Okay.
other than the referral. However,
I'll send you everything.
and the determination is Jerry Davis's, not ours, as to whether it
Okay,
has
well,
to go to-
Jerry's office is the one who forwarded this to me.
And
because-
does it just say that they just need EEO, or does it say they need site plan approval?
Well,
Let's
this
get that
discussion,
clarified with him.
so this, yeah, I'll get it in writing from him. So this discussion started a while ago. Where they
Mhm.
came, Jerry's office came to me because obviously it's again our first EEO. They didn't quite
Right.
know how to handle it. They said, they did originally fill out a zoning permit.
Mhm.
Jerry sent it off to me and said, what do we do? And I said, well, they have to fill out our EEO application, as did you. And they have done that now. So I guess I'll go back to Jerry and ask him to rule on the original zoning permit.
Right, we need a
Okay,
zoning determination
okay,
from Jerry,
okay.
and it will be up to him whether it needs site plan. And again,
Okay.
without looking at it, it sounds to me like it doesn't.
Okay,
I don't want to make that
that's the part I was
determination. That's
unclear on, and
Jerry's.
that's why I wanted to talk about it tonight while we, had
Yep.
a moment here, so.
So what's not allowed in Airstream is what, sawmills over 30 days?
Sawmills over 30 days are not allowed, I believe, in any district. are they?
Anywhere,
No, they are allowed in
maybe
the
in industrial.
industrial and in the natural resources.
Right,
and
and
all.
what constitutes, the temporary versus permanent is not the type of sawmill.
It's the number of days of
number
use. A temporary sawmill up to 30 days of use is allowed in almost every district, if not all districts.
But that's it being in place, so it's not, if you don't use it for a week, then you restart the 30-day clock.
That would be Jerry's call. Ultimately.
My computer won't come on, but the definition section of our code is very clear.
Oh,
But I-
Yes, it is. It is. Let me see.
It's being in place.
I think it says in place for 30 days.
And they say that it,
I mean, they're saying that this is going to stay.
Yeah.
They're looking for it will be a sawmill that will be an outdoor sawmill. It's not going to be in a building or enclosure.
But this is like a band sawmill, it's different from.
Well, they've
Sawmill.
given us, part of what they've supplied to us, Mary Lou, is all the literature from the manufacturer of the kiln and the sawmills. And the footprint size of it and everything. It's more or less the size of an accessory structure, both of them.
A two-part portable saw.
Does anybody have any issue with this thing getting parked next to the Acorn School?
Well, actually, they talk about it in their cover letter, which is on the back of the application. It's the third page.
okay, so here's the deal. I feel like there's two things going on though with this application, Mary Lou. One is they're building these kilns, 5 to 10 kilns, which I don't think is a use change, but it is a change. So wouldn't that still require a site plan amendment?
What are they doing with kilns? They're,
So there's an area, so the thing that really pinged it to us was the permanent sawmill, but they're installing the sawmill and 5 to 10 solar kilns.
Two sawmills.
Oh, 2 sawmills and 5 to 10.
Where
So
are you seeing the 5 to 10?
it's on the map.
Oh.
So
okay.
I guess,
Well, we would need to know the footprint of that because
Yeah.
Jerry could view that as an accessory
right, how many
use.
sheds?
Yeah, exactly.
right, that, again, Jerry's determination. I don't know if Jerry's seen the map or if he just,
Well, the whole
Add
package
an
came from his office, but I don't know if he saw it or not.
okay, all right, so it's very hard for me to to
So,
answer without
What I'm
putting
hearing though
anything in
from
front
you
of
is ultimately I should go to Jerry and ask him. to
Yeah,
make
these are
determination.
Jerry's determination.
Yeah.
Yes,
Because because the law says the modification to the EEO, you go straight to the town board. And that's what they're doing. So, but I'll go back to Jerry and ask about the kilns.
right, but anything goes to Jerry first for his determination if it's in
Okay.
the zoning law.
Okay,
It's just like if it says a subdivision goes before the planning board. You can't just go to
Okay.
the planning board with a subdivision application.
understood.
It's a 6-acre parcel.
Yeah.
But I mean, that, the scale of that looks almost the size of the building. I didn't know if it was in the.
You can tell Jerry if he'd like to,
I'll
if you
tell
guys
him
can
to talk
get
to
me
you.
copies, I'm happy to talk to him about it.
I'll get you copies. I don't know. You know what I can do is I can photocopy that one part of the map and scan it to you because it just covers one part.
Yeah,
But I don't know if that's the
Okay.
actual, I think one of the questions we have to go back and ask them is what is the footprint of this overall thing?
That's
Yeah, and then Jerry can determine if, because you're right, the sawmills is what triggered it. The kilns, if Jerry views it as an accessory to their woodworking
Right.
operation, then it's a non-issue. It
right,
may just need a building permit.
Right.
It may not need a site
And-
plan amendment.
But, right, depending on what he says about these kilns. Because if we're doing more than a change of use in that case, if it's gonna require construction and it's not gonna be considered accessory, then they're gonna have to go to the planning board.
Right, and it also matters if he views the kilns as part of the underlying zoning district and not part of the EEO. So I'll get with
Right.
Jerry.
There's a lot going on.
Okay, I'll get clarification from Jerry. I just wanted to keep the process moving along. And, wanted to make sure we were talking about it, so, I will get with Jerry tomorrow or the next day he's in the office, which I'm not sure when that is, but.
so can I think I'm beating a dead horse here, but, the way I'm reading the modification section, I feel like it's maybe a little bit different from the way you're reading it, Mary Lou. One, for me, what I'm reading is if there's a change in use that doesn't comply with the underlying zoning, go to the town board. If it's a subdivision, you go to the town board and planning board.
Right.
If
Mhm.
there's any change at all, that's not a use change, but that's required a site plan amendment. But if it's a use change or a modification to the zoning, you go to the town. So I guess
Yes.
the point I was trying to make is I think this, if they're constructing all these kilns, that,
No, I think we're all in agreement on
okay.
that. That's what we're saying. Jerry has to
Yeah.
determine.
We we agree with you, Aaron. He has
okay,
to
but that's how I was,
determine
okay.
how
It's like
those
an
kilns get read
escalation,
into it.
Yeah, Jerry's got to tell us about the kilns. The sawmill is a use change.
Right.
That triggers it coming to us
Right.
directly and doesn't involve the planning board
Right.
because it's not a change to the site plan.
Right.
The kilns add another whole element.
Right, that
They
may
may
be
be-
a change
It
to
may
the
be
site
two
plan.
separate issues. They may have to go to the planning board
And,
directly to the
yeah,
planning board.
that's
for
what
the
I
kilns
guess that's how I was.
and not to us. So, yeah. Because originally they were only talking about the sawmills and the sawmill, and then the kilns sort of came into the discussion.
All right.
All that wood, did you?
Are you guys done
Okay.
with me?
I think so, Mary Lou.
All
Thank
right, you have my comments on everything.
Yep.
All right, have a good night. Don't stay up too late.
You know, in the interest of Kate being able to leave earlier, do we want to jump to resolutions and then we'll just move to zoning law updates on our own because Kate doesn't need to be here to take Moses minutes. Are people okay with that?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're welcome.
That was a nice treat.
You work many, many long hours. Don't need to be here any longer than you think. No, they're not. But in the EEO, we can allow them to be a part of the EEO in this specific circumstance.
Because I didn't see where you said that the portable sawmill has anything to do with time in the definition. It has to do with whether it's an enclosed building.
In our
Yeah, at least in the definition of that. But I remember the 30-day thing.
I don't know which one.
The 30-day is in the schedule of use.
Yes, it is. It's in the
The
chart.
schedule says the 30 days, not the
Okay.
definition. It says temporary sawmills, I
Oh, yeah,
believe,
temporary.
less than 30 days in duration in the schedule of use. You won't see it in the,
Because we have commercial and then temporary some.
this would fall under the commercial.
Commercial,
sawmill.
yeah, sorry.
But because it's an EEO, we can allow the use to be added to that property under the EEO designation.
But our definition might be for commercial some. Is that specified?
No, see, we were overriding the zoning code when in an EEO situation.
Okay.
So we don't have to, the definition stays as is for the rest of the town. This property, by virtue of the EEO, gets essentially a variance that's given by the town board as opposed to the EEO. So we don't need to try to make the law comply with what we're doing. We're waiving the law and saying, yep, it's okay for you to do this here on this property in return for the fact that you're using a building that was falling apart, not being used.
Got it. Okay.
So, and it's an amendment to the EEO that we granted in 2015. Okay, budget modifications. If anybody wants explanation, I'll give it to you, but the Town of Rochester Town Board authorizes the town supervisor, and capacity budget officer to modify the general, not highway, highway done, general fund budget as presented. Have a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Have a second.
I'll second.
Real quickly, it's the gray column. Essentially, the changes I made are kind of within department. They're all fairly nominal. I've also added in on page 2 for the ambulance districts. Not districts, the ambulance, the 150 and the 12.5. I went back and looked, it actually was 12.5, not 15,000 that we did for Marbletown for this year, based on the payments we've made so far. We paid out $6,250 so far, so that was. And then the 5,000 under the parks operation and maintenance, that was the tree cutting that Jeff had done on the ash trees. The total bill was 9,600. We had 5,000 in, so I added another 5. In the reconciliation, you'll see that this adds 117,250 to the budget, but I'm pulling in the federal aid from the ARPA money that will pay for the ambulance district. I know we had originally said we had budgeted 44 and 5, but I'm going to just go ahead and propose that we take the whole 162,500 out of ARPA, and because the additional money can be used for things like fuel escalation that we hadn't planned on, and things like that. We're in good shape. We're not in bad shape, but it's a way to use a little bit more of the ARPA money. And it's a use that we're allowed to use for. So what that does is it creates a difference of to the positive of 45,250, which would come off of the amount of the fund balance that we were putting toward the budget, just to zero out the budget. And then, we just keep working forward. We're still in the positive on both general and highway. Highway is getting close, but we know Jeff is submitting all the CHIPS payments August 15th, I think they're due. And we should see that check by September, October, and that's
What was the software change?
the
I didn't buy it.
no, there was just a line in there for software for the assessor. I just basically,
yeah.
I took money from there and from office supplies. I had to make up the 750 additional for the conference and education, because Jeremy has been going to a lot more trainings. As a matter of fact, this week, he's up in Ithaca at Cornell doing a week-long training. But the 250 that we put in was not gonna even come close to covering it. So I had to find $750. So for the moment, Michael, I pulled it out of software, I pulled it out of office supplies, and I pulled it out of mileage, because it looked like they probably weren't gonna use that full money allotted. So it's not for any, the 600 for software was something that Jeremy proposed, but he was hoping the county was gonna buy the
Does that matter?
software.
That map software?
Yeah, we're still not sure if that's happening or not. But it was a placeholder in the event that we were gonna have to pay a portion of the county software. So. And then the others were just some moving around within the municipal court to cover office supplies. And you'll remember that we didn't get a budget from them, and I made one up, but apparently I didn't guess. So. And the supervisor, the mileage is adding up, so. Okay,
I'm okay with the. ARPA
all in
thing.
favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained. Thank you. I'll have a highway one probably at the August meeting. Next resolution. I want to give each of you a copy of this. So before I make the resolution, I'm going to walk you through the process. So on the Boyce Mill Road Bridge, there are two ways to select your consultant. The consultant is the designer and the project manager. One is you can go out and find your own. There's a whole set of criteria. They have to prove that they are qualified, or you can go to New York State's list of pre-certified vendors. The only caveat is you have to offer it to every single vendor on the list. So the first page and front and back are the vendors for Region 8, which is our region. We offered these 15 companies the opportunity to for the request for qualifications, which is the second letter, the second page. That was the letter that was sent by email and by mail to all 15 of those companies. That is the next two pages. We got back on March 25th, 7 vendors in the time frame allotted. That is Kate's listing of the date and time that each one was received. Michael and Jeff and I reviewed the proposals, which I have here if anybody would ever care to see them. We scored it based on the scoring sheet that New York State recommends. You're required to follow a weighted scoring and do certain categories. We went ahead and used their model. That's the word I was trying to think of, model. Their model scoring. There was no reason to reinvent the wheel. So this was our scoring for these 7 companies. We then ranked them based on their total score, 1 through 7. You'll see that it was very close between all of them. And if you think about it, when there's 15 vendors that are pre-qualified, it's likely that they are all going to be very close. So we have them ranked 1, 2, 2. There was a tie for second, 4, 5, 6, and 7. We offered interview. We had intended to offer interview to the top 5. Due to a mix-up of my sending the email to the wrong person, we ended up interviewing the top 6 for the personal interview. I flip-flopped 5 and 6, and I emailed 1, 2, 4, and 6, not 1, 2, 4, and 5. So we added 5 in, we emailed them all. They all followed up with a personal interview. And after meeting with them and Jeff and Jeff was unavailable to meet with them in person, but he did take part part in the reviewing of this scoring with Michael and I. And we spent a couple hours going through each proposal and ranking them in each category. Michael and I, and with Jeff's agreement, would like to recommend consultant team number 6, HVEA, which is Hudson Valley Engineering Associates. So I'm going to make the resolution here on recommendation of the Highway Superintendent Fry, Councilman Coleman, and Supervisor Baden. Town of Rochester Town Board authorized the town supervisor to present notice of selection to Hudson Valley Engineering Associates, professional consulting civil engineering firm from the Region 8 LBSA list to consult on all services, complete preliminary design, detailed design, right-of-way incidental, right-of-way acquisition, construction support, and construction expense inspection services for a federal aid transportation project located in the town of Rochester, Hudson, New York, 108762.6, project Boyce Mill Road over Falls Mill Brook Bridge replacement, bin 2224460. The supervisor as project manager is authorized to conduct a negotiations meeting based on the scope of services, subject to consultant procurement and administration procedures for locally administrated federal aid projects. The resulting contract proposal to be approved by resolution of the town board. And actually, it should say by future resolution of the town board for clarification. So I'll make the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll say.
What all this means is we offer to them the opportunity to then provide a contract to us based on the scope of services, which have been detailed by New York State DOT, and following the consultant procurement guidelines in the handbook. If we cannot come to an agreement, if they're too expensive or for whatever they say, we don't want to, then we are obligated to go to number 2. If we go to number 2, though, we can never go back to number 1. We can't go to number 2 and then go, oh, well, we like 1 better. If we move to 2, we move to 2. And then if we don't make number 2, we move to 3. So that's the rules and we have to follow them. But once I enter in negotiations with them, once we come to an agreement, the final contract would come back to you guys to approve the contract by resolution. So I'm I'm negotiating, but I'm not signing anything until the board tells me it's okay. Just want to clarify. So I have a motion and a second. Are there any questions or discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained. I'm in for a real lesson because the paperwork for this is unbelievably. And our DOT representative that we're dealing with just left DOT last month. Out of nowhere. I got a kickback email. I'm no longer with the DOT. Please contact such and such. Okay.
Yeah, I think, all of the teams were great. Appreciate everybody's time to met with us. It was a hard decision. Mike and I went back and forth, but I think ultimately, this is the team that's on site every day, working with Jeff, making sure. So it was very important for us to feel like we were picking the right person. They're there every day. They're the ones talking to people in town.
They're a smaller firm, but they have 2 offices, one in Beacon and one in, was it Chestnut? Somewhere in Rockland County, I believe. But the principal and the 2 project managers that we'll be working with all 3 live in Ulster County. Not knocking any of the other companies, but they were mostly Albany based. And they were our number 1 choice just from their proposal as it was. And after the interview, we were convinced that the local smaller aspect, and they've done over 90 federally funded bridge and road projects. So they certainly have the experience. Like Michael said, everybody, we could have picked any one of the 7 and been happy. but we just felt a good working relationship with these people based on the interview and their proposal. So I will notify them and notify the other. I'm required to notify the other 6 as well. And we'll go.
Do you know, is there a time period that can turn the initial contract around?
I gotta go back and read. I don't remember exactly. So
We officially got.
we got notice to proceed about roughly a week ago, 8 days ago.
in July.
It came, that's what initiated my conversation with you and Jeff, because I didn't want to hire a vendor until we could have, but I was a little anxious until we actually got the notice to proceed, and that did come through. So I have all that, including all the paperwork that we now have to fill out, but now they have to fill it all out. So, okay, thank you. No problem. Yep. Okay, moving into zoning codes. I made a little cheat sheet.
I was wondering if I was gonna get to see this beautiful, colorful.
Yeah.
photograph thingy.
I can even explain the colors.
Have a good night.
Good night, Kate. Thank you. Kate, I'll bring Charlotte's folder because I'm just gonna
Okay.
keep adding to it.
All right.
So this is where we stand for chapter 140. The yellow ones are ones that have very nominal changes. And my plan is to group all those into one local law, calling it the cleanup law. The 2 in the darker blue, the definitions and the schedule, those just by virtue of all the work we're doing kind of get pushed to the last. We may even want to finish all the zoning and then finish all the subdivision and then go back to those, because we may tweak definitions in subdivision that probably should relate to, be the same in zoning. So those 2 are in the darker blue because they're sort of a stand on their own. The rose colored are ones that we have put scheduled for public hearing or had public hearing. The P is for progress. The X means it's been completed. The green is the accessory dwelling, which we have adopted already, and the law we adopted will become part of our finished zoning product. The white ones are still undone. The lighter sky blue ones are the ones that I emailed to you. I'd like to talk about as many of them tonight as we can. If we can get the finished products tonight and get it referred to the county, that much better. I think some of them we can. The 2 sort of orange ones are 2 that I think we need to talk about that the ZRC did not do anything about. The cannabis dispensaries, we need to talk to Mary Lou about that. That's become necessary because of the state law. And the food trucks, a lot of towns are doing food trucks, and I think we at least consider it. So that's where we stand. It's both reassuring that it's not as bad as it looks, and we got a lot of it moving forward. And it's a little daunting when you look at how many chapters there really are to deal with. A number of them are no change, and like in the blue ones, those were, all those chapters work together as one article.
Right.
So the ones with no change, I just treated them in the law of saying no change to section such and such. So Mary Lou did supply some written comments tonight that she emailed us. So I wanted to share those with you guys, so you can kind of have them by the side while we're working tonight. We did do last meeting, we did lot development standards, but there were a couple that we were going to go back and look at. And Michael, the recreation vehicles, campgrounds, and RV parks, because it's a zoning code, I'm including it in this whole process. So those two are kind of in progress. And then we do have some new ones that I have ready to share with everybody. So what's the board's feel? Where do you want to start? Want to start with some easier ones? I mean, I'll be very honest, the more or less procedural ones on the back, the building inspector stuff, that's all really boilerplate stuff.
Yeah, I know when I was looking through these again, a lot of them either didn't have many changes or I didn't see major issues with it, so we could knock out a bunch of them.
I would
as
like
long as
to-
we talk about the campground.
Yeah, no, I want to make sure we leave enough for the campground, and if we want to start with the campground, we can. I did do a little research, and I know Aaron was going to talk to Jerry about it. The one thing I found out under New York State Department of Health regulations, and it's state regulation, any campground greater than 5 sites is subject to New York State Health Department regulations. So we could essentially use that as our defining number because it's very rationalized. But if you have 5 sites or greater, you're considered a campground. And if you have 4 or less, you could be considered one of these home campgrounds.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bigger number than
Well, we don't have to follow that number, but I'm saying the 5, there's a logical reasoning under New York State
yeah, no, that's
law.
That's good.
And you know, that was one of the things I went research for myself to find out when, because I know last meeting we were unsure when the health department gets involved. And I don't know if they would, I don't think they would get involved for less than 5 people. They have enough on their plate already with that, so.
Yeah, I was thinking more in like the 2 to 3 room.
Yeah, and we could do it at that,
I guess it depends on if you do it by, I guess it depends.
yeah.
If they go over it.
Yeah, so,
Maybe let's do an easy one.
okay,
I'll come back. Get warmed up with something easy. just
Why
to
don't
get
we-
it- to get it-
why don't we start with the building inspector one, which is gonna be really the administration, which is gonna be pretty easy to deal with.
That's administration enforcement.
Yeah,
4059.
it's Article 8. I've got printed copies for everybody, because that's a new one I just did. And a lot of these are just changing wording to say building inspector or code enforcement officer, so. So I'll walk you through the changes on this. So we would rename 14059 from building inspector to code enforcement officer or building inspector, since we treat them as one and the same. If you look back in our definitions, you see that they mirror each other, the definitions. So I've added in, which may be the same person, because in our case they are. So that's why we say and or. So the red changes would be the changes in 59, other than the title change. In 160, the only change is you're adding code enforcement officer or building inspector. I did try to go through, though, there are some that are a specific function of the building inspector that the code enforcement officer doesn't have the ability to do in case they aren't the same person. Those I didn't make interchangeable. Those I left building inspector, because if a day comes when we have a separate building inspector and code enforcement officer, the code enforcement officer can't do the building inspector's job. So, but C would still be okay. A change in use of a land, certificate of occupancy, and those the code enforcement officer the ones that the building inspector, the code enforcement can't do is they can't like sign off on plans for construction and things like that. So D could be both. E would still be, well, the question on E is, would that still be the building inspector or would that be both? The ZRC did not change E, but they made a note of correct where necessary.
Where are you basing your definition of what one can do versus the other?
New York State law. The building inspector is a very defined position. They enforce the New York State building and fire code. The code enforcement officer the building inspector can't do town codes. Code enforcement officer can.
So are you asking for E if that should be?
I'm asking in E if it should be both.
Can the code enforcement administer the Oakland County Department of Health guidelines?
I don't know the answer to that. I think probably. Because it's not a part of building code. It's a health code.
Yeah.
Code enforcement officer almost kind of supersedes the building inspector to some degree. But the only thing that they can't do is sign off on plans of construction because they don't have the same level of training on
I mean,
construction.
do they even do this? It was a question, like,
Oh, no, they have to. If they give a building permit, they have to ensure that they have a Department of Health permit.
yeah, but what we're saying here is shall ensure that all waters, that this is, they'll ensure that it's correct, or are they just ensuring that the Department of Health is signed off on the fact that it's correct?
That's what they're doing.
So we
It's the
kind of say that they're ensuring, like, as though they're looking at the sewer facility, but really what happens is the Department of Health looks at the sewer
Correct.
and then says, yeah. it's
Correct.
good.
A lot of our language mirrors the state
Okay.
law, and that probably is a case. I see your point is well taken. The Department of Health is saying that it conforms, and the building inspector is just making sure that the Department of Health is signed off.
Yeah, like the building inspector can't make a judgment call and be like, well, I think this needs Department of Health. They still need the Department of Health to check off.
Yeah, we could ask Mary Lou about
That
that
was
one.
like shall ensure that the Department of Health has deemed all water supply and sewage disposal facilities closed.
Yeah, I'm just gonna write that we should check that with Mary Lou. And just get clarification if the wording should be changed. Because what they're doing is they're just confirming that a permit has been issued.
Yeah, they can't make that decision on their own.
Now, the building inspector is issuing the building permits. F is definitely building inspector. Code enforcement officer, to my knowledge, cannot issue a building
Can we replace all the gender language with the word they,
permit.
where it says he? A lot in this
Sure.
chapter.
Sure. No problem. I'll go through and do a word search. And actually, because we're just referring it to the, if we decide that it's just minor changes, we can refer it to the county planning board. But you're not, we still have to vote on it. So if it's just things like that, you can
Yeah.
authorize me to refer this to the
Yeah.
county and schedule it for public hearing.
I had one thing that came up when I had a meeting with the code enforcement
Yeah.
officer, which is, I think it might fit in here, but it also might need to go in a different section, which is that requiring a survey with some of the zoning and building permit applications.
We should probably just handle that by our application
Okay,
process.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Because I think that's been an
Yeah.
issue, but yeah, okay. We can
Because if we
just
put
add
it in
that.
the code, it might get construed that all, you know,
Right.
if we just put it in the application,
Right,
he can ask for what, or they, sorry, can ask for whatever information they want to ask for.
Right.
That's okay.
Okay.
So we would make a survey optional, because you can also do like a drawing.
Well, it's whatever,
There's
some,
been
no,
some
they
issues
needed it in
with
scale.
things have been going up and then there's disputes. And we require a plat or a sketch for certain things, but that sometimes, you know, it happens, it's a common thing in municipalities that people will build fences on their neighbor's property or construct a shed that's actually not on their property,
And
and
Jerry, without a survey, can't do
you can't
Well, I
really.
guess what I'm asking though, is a survey gonna be required for any building permit?
it. No, only if it's, and that's why I'm saying handle it in the application, where you just say a survey may be required. If
So
Jerry
we're gonna-
gets
we're gonna
out,
say may.
if Jerry gets out there and decides on site, hey, I can't tell where the line is, I can't tell on your neighbor's property or not, you gotta show me you were on your own property. He can do that. But to require it for every application.
No, yeah, I'm just trying to understand what the issue is.
Now, the issue, and it's come up a lot, where somebody builds something and then it turns out it's on the neighbor's property. Or Jerry goes the other direction and says, no, you can't build that. It turns out it would have been okay, but because he can't ascertain where the line is, because he's not a surveyor. It's kind of the responsibility where you get the, Adam, I know you remember this, the Scott one.
Oh, sure.
The guy who built an extension on his house halfway across his neighbor's property. But the way he ascertained where his line was, he found, I give him credit, he found like 2 points that he ran a straight line. The only problem is his property line was not a straight line. But he thought it should be, and he built and.
When they tried to chop off a part of the building to make it fit into the thing.
So how are we gonna make the change to the application?
We'll just ask the code enforcement office to add the wording in the application.
Okay, and then.
It doesn't have to be done by,
No.
no, it's, their application is their business to make it up. I'll just ask them to put it in there. They don't need authority for it.
Yeah, right. Well, the reason why I brought it up is because K is application shall include
Oh.
plan and other such information as is required to determine compliance with the requirements of this chapter.
Right.
So that allows
Right.
them to require a survey for
Right.
anything that they want.
Yep.
But I thought.
Yeah. We could add in K, a survey may be required.
Mhm.
I don't have a
Is
problem with
plot plan different from survey?
It is. It is different, yeah.
The survey is an actual,
Done by.
done by a surveyor and sealed as those lines are accurate.
The plot plan is like a plat.
Plot plan is a plat, which may not be done by a surveyor, it could be done by an engineer.
It could be done by someone on the.
Yeah. Okay, so F, we've decided has to be building inspector. G is also is issuing a building permit, so that's building inspector. H, because it's a building permit, although a certificate of occupancy, I'm not sure if the code enforcement officer can give us a C of O. I don't think he can. I think it's the building inspector's hat.
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, so I'm gonna leave that alone too. I, it basically covers us. It says if you make a change on your property without, that's not consistent, you just can't do it. You can't use property unless you check if it's legal or not. J covers the section that under New York State Building Code does not require building permit. K is, so K, we're gonna add at the end of that. Survey may be required.
Or do we just want to say application shall include plot plans, a survey, or such other information as is required to determine compliance with requirements.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. I like the comment.
As long as we have the output.
Two comments, one after plans, one after survey.
Yes.
And instead of and, we're gonna say or. Okay, the 24 months is fairly standard. The code enforcement officer or the building inspector. Because it's a zoning permit, or the code enforcement officer does zoning permits, building inspector does building permits. Or in Jerry's case, he just keeps switching his tab.
Wait, so you're saying, so then I don't know if this is correct in this case.
No, they both expire. If you've got a zoning permit and get approval and then don't go for a building permit,
But what I'm asking is, should it be an extension for zoning permit, maybe approved by the code enforcement officer, or for building permit, maybe by the building inspector? Because the code enforcement can't do a building, and I don't know if building can do zoning. The way it's written, it seems like either can do either.
yeah. I think it just gets
Building
more
inspector
confusing.
/ code enforcement officer to
Well, we
echo.
Why don't
the-
I clarify with Mary Lou?
Yeah, we just don't want to say a code enforcement officer can grant a building permit
Yeah,
if they can.
but I don't know that a building inspector can do a zoning,
All right, so we'll back up.
because the original language just said building inspector. And if the building inspector can do a zoning permit, then we
Yeah.
can just leave it alone.
Needs to be fixed out.
So the code enforcement officer in M, they can compliance with a legal existing use. And a building inspector can deal with that too. So I think they can both deal with it in M. And then N is very crucial. And then O is also very crucial. Because that, we have to somewhere say how we deal with open development. And the code enforcement officer wants nothing to do with it. And it comes to us under New York State law. So we first time we did the code, we bandied the wording of this, and this is, Mary Lou came up with this, it's tried and true, and it covers everything. This says we're gonna follow New York State law, basically. Section 3 stays the same.
Section 4, A and C are almost like the same thing, so I don't, but they're different, but they're almost the same. But they're different.
Let's read. Well, the part in C is talking about the court. So A says, you're right, we almost don't need,
I think they could be consolidated at the very least.
well, what I would do is leave C, but just start it with the code enforcement officer or building inspector may bring action in town court. Because
That's
the
consolidated.
first sentence, yeah, but I would still leave it as A and C. I wouldn't move
Oh, I
that
see.
part up to C. Because B kind of, it's almost progressive as to how it happens. A is the report of the violation. B is one that the code enforcement officer kind of finds on their own and says what is illegal, and then C says what they do afterward. So I think we could delete the first sentence of C and just start with the code enforcement officer may bring action in town court. Because I agree with you, the first sentence is a repeat of A.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think we can-
so we'll do that.
And we want that. as
Oh,
a
wait,
main-
though, is the town board, yeah, the town board part is up there in A. And A is important because people want to call, a lot of times people want to call or they want to stop by and make a complaint, but they don't want to go on record. Jerry has to have a backup. He can't just, or the officer has to have a backup. They can't just say, well, somebody came and complained to me about you. So it is important that it be, now, just because it's in writing doesn't mean it's spoilable. The person's identity can be kept confidential.
But are these always reported to the board?
They're reported to me, not to the board, but they are reported. Not with the regularity they used to be, but they are. And they are, the current process is they're disseminated to the constables to serve notice because we serve notice in person.
Yeah.
Although we are getting a little behind on that because sometimes the person is not present or nobody's present. Doesn't have to be the exact person, you just have to serve it to the address. So if anybody is present in the address, they can receive it. The problem is if nobody's home, it doesn't get served, and sometimes it sits for a long time. And I'm trying to get the constables to then return those back to the code enforcement officer, and they can be sent by certified mail. But the reason we kind of got away from that is it's expensive. And if code enforcement officer or building inspector serves them themselves, people just ignore them. Somehow when somebody in a uniform and a shows up, it's taking a little more seriously. And D is those are the language that the within 5 years was a recommendation. Remember, Aaron and Adam, when we had the code review by general code?
Yes.
The within 5 years came from them. Because what I did is I went back and looked at their recommendations at the same time. And that mirrors state law. So now there is a stipulation that it can also be punishable by imprisonment for up to a certain amount of time. It's our choice of whether we want to impose that or not. The possibility. We're not imposing the imprisonment, the judge will. I think for zoning violations, it's personally a little much. So that's why I just kept them out of there.
Can you do a not less than?
Yes. Remember, we have to do a not less than.
If we don't hear, we'll just say not exceeding 350.
For the
Oh.
first one.
Right.
Oh, no, I don't think we can. This mirrors the state law. The
Okay.
only option we have is to add in the imprisonment if we choose to do it. We could do less. We could set our maximum at less than this if we choose to, but this is the state. I guess we could say a not less than or more. Yeah, the 350 leaves it up to the judge. If you did a not less than, what would it want to be? 100, 150? I don't know.
I mean, I think if the code enforcement officer wants to issue a violation, we can ask their office if they think it should definitely have some teeth associated with it. I don't know how often, I think people are just like, oh, well, it's not a big deal.
Well, the other thing is then we may just get judges who just say they're imposing no fine
Right,
because
that's-
they just drop the charges.
Right. So that's why I'm wondering if we should have a minimum, even if it's something small, just to. Yeah, that's, I mean, even.
I would say if we're gonna do a not less than, I would say $100.
Well, I also don't know if you, I guess.
And bear in
There are
mind-
minor infractions.
Bear in mind, this is a generalized for everything in the code.
Yeah.
So, if it's something really, really minor, do we want to have a not less than?
No, I get that. So going back to C though, I would like to see if you're getting reports about violations, I'd like to see them for correspondence, just because I hear about, oh, there's this violation, that violation. If there's actually a violation that's reported, I'd
I'll
like
have
to
to
know, so I
check
know
with-
what's actually going on.
I'll have to check with Mary Lou and see if I can do that, but yeah.
Because it says the town board, and if not, maybe we should change it, report thereon to the supervisor.
Yeah.
Just because I'd like to have awareness, if there's an issue in one part of town.
It's also, I'm not sure it's happening. So I know for a fact I'm not getting it. I was previously, but I'm not being copied on them all before. I'm sure of that. So maybe we should just take that out. Or if we want, then I can push the issue and say, hey, you need to get it.
What do you think?
I mean, the
I
code enforcement, they
I
have,
think we should have the authority to see them, whether they
Okay.
send us a report of every single one. Is a different.
yeah.
Yeah, maybe if we just know there were 5, that's what I'm trying to remember, if that comes down to the report, there were 5.
The constabulary tells us every month how many buildings go by.
But are those formal ones, or are those like?
No, those are formal ones. Those are the ones that they're delivering on behalf of code enforcement.
I mean, I'd like to see it just because if there's like repeat issues and we want to look at some code changes, it would help to know what the issues are. Because I have people coming out to me, oh, there's these
Why don't
100 code violations.
why don't I know that I can talk to the office, because that would be interesting if we got a report of types of violations that are occurring.
Yeah, I
I
don't
don't
wanna
know
get
how
into
easy it
business,
would be, I don't know how easy it would be for them to just say,
Yeah.
oh, this number of, I know a lot of it is people build things without getting a permit.
Mhm.
I know that, there's things like that.
Well, and a lot of the first letter is always a warning that you must
Yeah.
remedy the situation by X number of days. And what I don't want to do is make a lot of work for the code enforcement
Right.
No,
office.
that's-
They
yeah.
have to make
I
a
agree.
report every
Right, that's
month,
what I was,
every,
like,
every,
that's why I was.
every complaint they
check it.
receive.
Yeah, no. And that's the thing, is like a complaint is not a violation.
Right, and it seems like the ones that are ongoing, we hear about them, whether it's a house or a bunch of cars or somebody doing the wrong thing, people tend to be very vocal to report about.
Why don't we just,
But I also want them to go through the process. It's like one thing to talk to us, it's another to put in. So, okay, put it in writing, and then
They do though, most of the time.
well, anytime
It's when
somebody
we-
comes to me, the first thing I say is, go to the code enforcement office.
It's when
and
we
make
can't
it-
get a hold of somebody, or the person doesn't do what they're supposed to do, or it's in court proceedings and it's not moving fast enough for them, that's when we hear about it.
People think when they make a report, it should be cleaned up the next day.
Yeah.
And it just, we don't have that authority.
yeah, I'm also interested to know what some of the, like the littering law that we just passed. It would be great to know if that's being enforced, if there are issues. Where are the issues?
Yeah.
Again, I take your point. We don't want to make work for people, but even just knowing, hey, we actually got 5. There were actually 5 violations. We got
Well,
20 reports.
I
20
kind of
complaints,
get
5
that informally from the constable.
Put that in,
Do we want to take the report there onto the town board out, or just leave it as is?
I think leave it, because
Yeah.
there might be a case for future boards where that would be really.
Yeah, let's just leave it as is. Huh? Okay.
The only other. I mean, we say the town
Remember,
may,
this is the easy one.
we say the town may authorize. Do we want to say the town may require further action? The town board may require further
We
action?
can't.
We can't.
We
No.
can't require further action. We don't have the legal authority.
Right, So,
We can't tell the code enforcement officer or the building inspector have to do their job.
Okay.
New York state law does. So. We can't say, I want you to write a violation for such and such. I could say, can you go look at it and see if you think it's a violation? And that's what I usually do. Okay, the fees in the section is very well written, and the reserved is reserved. So, so with these minor changes, if I confer with Mary Lou and get her opinion on the couple that we had, is the board want to make a resolution to authorize? Let me write this down somewhere. We would call this local law J. So that's the resolution to set public hearing for local law J, 2022, Article 8, Administration and Enforcement. August, what's the last Thursday in August?
August is the 25th.
At 6:30 p.m. The Harold Wilson Community Center, and authorize the town clerk to submit notice, and further authorize the supervisor or town clerk to refer this to the Ulster County Planning Board and the Town of Rochester Planning Board. I don't think we need to send this one to Ag and Markets.
Can we also just send it to the code enforcement office since we have over? Do you want to get comment about?
I don't think we need to get comment.
Oh, okay.
back.
Okay.
It's not like a committee or commission.
Yeah, got it.
You know, it's all just legalese. I mean, I'll share it with
Okay, I'll
Okay.
second that.
you. Okay, so. All in favor?
Can I we'll discuss for a second? So I'm okay with that for this one, but I do think as we go through some of these,
Well, let's treat each one separately.
yeah, because in some cases I would like to see the draft version, because I think actually, like I heard about the animal husbandry one, and I think there were things that the board actually wanted to change that somehow got missed in the
No,
draft
nothing
version.
I missed. We've had many that we talked about, and said we need to look into this further, but we,
Yeah, I thought the one I'm thinking of specifically was the 100-foot versus 50-foot, and I thought the board said they wanted to shrink it to 50.
and we did.
But I thought the version I saw on the site still had it at 100.
No, it was a mistake and I corrected.
Okay,
There was a corrected version that would be. sent
got
out.
it, okay.
So Kate may not have corrected it properly. And that's why I was trying to get people to go to the Eco 360, which is the official version.
Okay. Because, yeah, I just want to make sure people are
Can-
getting mad at us.
Michael, I'm sorry. Can we do a vote on this one first before we get
No, we're
sidetracked?
discussing.
No, but
Look, we're discussing.
we're in the middle of a vote on this, and what you're asking about has nothing to do with this code.
We're discussing.
This is gonna take months and months of work.
It's not going to take months and months. I just want to finish my point. I think if we can make sure that in future, you know, I don't know why you're getting upset. All
Well,
I'm
for the
saying-
same reason you got upset about the.
No, that's not the same. But
Don't tell me what my reasons are.
let's not get into a back and forth. We're having a discussion here. I'm a board member. I want to have a discussion about this. I want to
Okay.
make sure that if these things are getting posted, that we are confirming what versions are being posted before, so that if there's something that's gonna.
Agreed, a typo was in there, and it was corrected as soon as I noticed it.
Okay, let's take a look.
And a correction was sent to everybody involved.
Let's take a look.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained. What do you want to do next? You want to go to the,
I'd like to do campground.
okay. I did not make you copies of that, because everybody had it from last.
On the one that's on your chart that you just gave us tonight,
Mm-hmm.
the recreational vehicles, campgrounds, and RV parks, is that a different, that's not this?
No, that is this.
Oh, okay.
Michael
Okay,
modified certain
so
sections of it.
We don't have a different version of the ZRC edited.
The ZRC made like 3 word changes in it.
Okay,
I went
I
back
thought I was
through.
just, okay,
No, the ZRC made
Okay.
almost no changes in it. They made like 3 words. So that's why it would have been with the cleanup.
got it. That,
But
I just
now
wanted
that
to
we're looking at major
confirm.
changes.
yeah.
So,
Okay.
If you want, I can put it up on the screen, the original version.
At some point, can we discuss the feedback from,
Mhm.
I don't want to like put you on the spot. So
Well,
I don't know if you want to start with that or talk through.
I
it.
mean, I can start with it. I had we talked about how we wanted to talk to the code enforcement office about this, because most of the concerns we had have been about safety. And whether, the biggest question was whether or not a recreational vehicle could be inspected by a safety inspector. The short answer to that is yes, though a lot of them by their very construction do not pass because there has to be 2 means of egress. So if a vehicle does not have that, then it just wouldn't. So that's the short end of it. I did get a lot of you know, concern over modifying the campground law beyond the scope of what the campground law provides in terms of access and safety. So currently, in order to be a campground, there has to be 15 acres. All access has to be, you know, a safety vehicle has to be able to drive to the campsites. So there's the concept in the campground law of sites, and there's electric hookup. There has to be a place for centralized water and sanitation. And when they inspect the campground, they're assured that the sewage and refuge and water and all of that is taken care of within that annual inspection of that.
By the Board of Health.
By the, yes, so like that, I know that this is a micro version to allow something, but that protects both in a fire and safety way, and then also the sanitation.
The other key difference in a campground, you're not inspecting the individual RVs
Correct.
because they are transient and they come with, as a vehicle, they're there and they leave. They're not the property of the owners of the campground. They don't have RVs that they're renting out. If they, any that may have it, have park models that are treated as a dwelling unit, not as an RV.
Yes,
So the RVs, say at the Rotterdam Valley Resort, are coming and going with the owners. It's the owner's responsibility, and the town and the campground are not liable. It's a safety issue involving the vehicle.
so and I had a good, it was a short conversation, but it was thorough. We tried to hit all the points. And the concerns are about sanitation and access. So one of the things that was brought up is the idea of campsites, whether it's like a plat, because right now we're talking about both platform tents and potentially recreational vehicles. The idea, the concept behind the campground is that there are sites that are mapped out, that are clustered, they're designated, and part of the draw of a platform rental tent is that you're parking your car and you get all your stuff and you walk and they're all spread out on a property. And that also creates this sort of idea that people can wander around, and that's another issue that's been happening. So, you know, I don't necessarily, I don't want to say, I don't want to express the like opinion of yes or no on this. I am sympathetic both to those concerns. I'm also sympathetic to, you know, people who live here and work here and want to have an option for some sort of, you know, kind of a, not just agribusiness, but like a rural and agricultural tourism enterprise that's affordable to the working people here. So I'm sympathetic to both. And I personally, and I'm saying that personally as a town board member, I'm not speaking now on behalf of the code enforcement office, but I'm sympathetic to both, and I see the challenge. And I think the other challenge that I see is to do this really well, where we mitigate all of that. I don't know how they could, we would have to have pump out logs and septic log. You know, it's almost, I just don't know, unless we were to hire like a part-time inspector or code enforcement officer that was just for camps and short-term rentals, and that was like their area of specialty, but you know, which maybe our town needs something like that, but that was the other challenge. We talked about, well, what would it take to, you know, we have 200-foot setbacks. Couldn't, the same rules apply for RVs. You cannot park them in the front yard. You know, we could do all of that. I think minimum, I would say the biggest for me, just after that conversation, is like, I don't think it can be like an accessory use. I think it would have to require site plan approval as a minimum.
Well, I think RVs versus tents are two really different concepts. I could see the platform type of tent where they are predetermined sites, not just where, hey, I got an open field, I'm gonna fix a tent wherever I feel like. You know, if somebody were to come in with specific platforms and either the tent was already there or somebody brought their own tent. I mean, these tenter sites, it's glamping. It is the, you know, the tent with a cot, and you know, it's a structure without being a structure. And there, I think we could have some oversight over it. The RVs concerns me because, like you said, we don't have the ability to do a safety inspection in an RV.
Well,
We do,
what he
but-
said is we do, but a lot of them, like it, you
They would
know,
fail.
and there is an you know, like we have discussed before, there is an outside agency that does determine a lot of the safety. The only issue with that is currently the way that works is you have that in order for an RV to cross, like to be purchased across state lines. After that happens,
Well, it's like a manufactured home to some degree, in that a manufactured home comes with a stamp on it from the factory that it's engineered properly. Because when it comes, the building inspector can't see the various steps of it because it comes as one unit. And or even a modular where the two pieces are put together, they can't see inside the walls and the electrical and all that. It comes with a certification that it was done properly. So the box is checked to sign off on it. With an RV,
the only other thing I thought of, and again, this is me, this was not something that I talked about with the governor's office, is, you know, I don't, maybe it's allowed in the code already, but, you know, conversion of something like an RV to a seasonal, what would be considered a seasonal residence, where it's like more permanent. And I wonder if we write something that very clearly outlines how someone could do that, and then we could allow that as a short-term
but it would
rental.
have to meet the standards
But it
of a
would-
dwelling.
yeah.
And that's my concern. If
Right.
it meets the standards of a dwelling unit, and we're gonna classify it, if it could meet code.
Right.
I don't even know if it could meet the dwelling unit.
Right, oh, I didn't ask that
There's a
question.
lot of campgrounds that have permanent structures on site, whether it's very small trailer or large RV, and they stay there permanently year round, year over year. Well, we were out in Binghamton, and they had a number of these. We've been upstate into the Adirondacks, and they have. So there's got to be a way to do it. I don't, you know, Because again, they're there, they build porches on the front of them,
When you say they're an RV though, what do
RV
you-
or a travel trailer.
Well, so travel trailer is different because that falls under the manufactured home.
But still, for lack of a better term, it's camper. But it's permanent,
There's something, it's been modified in some way to
they
make it.
put decks on them, they put solar panels on them, they run permanent electric to them.
They have preseason home space.
Yeah.
But then when they're doing that, they're probably turning them into dwelling units and meeting the code
Probably, because
because
when
they're no
you,
longer, they're
and
no
you-
longer movable.
So
once you
at
put a
that
deck
point-
on it.
at that point, exactly, so you pay the annual fee to have it in the campground. I mean, I've tent camped and, you see dozens of these things. But while they're in there, like if you wanted to buy it, somebody would sell you the structure, because it's not moving. I mean, you have to literally tear the thing apart. But it starts out as an Airstream. It starts out as an RV.
But that, I don't know that we need to then call that a campground because that just becomes a dwelling unit. It's
Right.
another dwelling unit.
Right.
But it can't be an accessory.
Well, it could be. We could amend the accessory dwelling to say it could be allowed.
Yeah, or I don't know what,
Because once it's modified to that level, it's not an RV.
my computer does not turn on all the time. So if I had it, I would look up
What are
the
you trying to-
seasonal dwelling definition. And because that's where I'm going, is if there was a conversion to a seasonal dwelling, I feel like
So
that.
you want to know the definition?
Yeah, like
See,
what-
I would get there too, that if somebody was gonna put this thing and they were gonna anchor it in a way that, a storm wouldn't blow it over, that it was, maybe it has permanent electric run to it or a solar source, some sort of permanent.
Yes, it would
Well,
have to have-
that's the other thing about these things, is they have a septic on the site, they're small, so it's, my big concern is whether it's a tent, an RV or anything, what happens to the waste? If you're camping in the woods and you're there for a night, that's one thing, but if you're gonna put a platform up and somebody's gonna rent this thing out, 30 weekends a year, it's gonna create a significant amount of waste. So is that a porta potty? Is that a permanent structure? What's that look like? And to me, it's significant,
And a lot of them, it's buckets, and like, how do we?
Yeah,
Well, it's not
we have-
buckets in here.
I know that, I know.
Yeah. And that's what I keep putting down in my notes is there's a difference between maintaining the character of camping, and going into the woods and staying there for an indeterminate amount of time, and then this permanent structure that's designated as a overnight accommodations, so it's not good enough to say campground. I've been campground my whole life, and again, you have a bathhouse, you have a way station for RVs for
Yeah.
dumping septics and stuff. It's not this platform that we see on the side of Whitfield Road.
Aaron,
that somebody
what
put
was it
together.
that you wanted?
I was just curious about the difference
We
between,
have seasonal lodging unit.
seasonal lodging.
So it's lodging accommodations such as cabins offered for rent to the general public on a seasonal basis in connection with other recreation opportunities on large areas of open space, including hunting and fishing, boating, and farm visits. So it's kind of the bungalows
Yeah.
is really what it is.
I guess that what I heard from the public is, well, and I'm, this is like a curveball, but what I heard from the public is that there is a need maybe for our laws to be modified to change the law that allows those seasonal kind of experiential bungalow to a smaller scale for some things. Then we have this other issue of like the platform tent rental, which I don't think we should allow this sort of randomly dispersed, like there needs to be a minimum lot size associated with those. That
And
is,
I think I had.
Well, that's what I
Yes,
was saying.
I
If you want to be a campground, be a campground. Now, if we can
For
we
you,
can
I
make
throw
a
one.
smaller version.
Yeah.
Aaron, you were in the restroom when I said it to Michael and Adam. I looked up the Department of Health and 5 units is the defining point. If it's 5 units or greater, it's considered a campground by the Department of Health, and you need a campground permit
Mhm.
for 5 units, 5 sites. Or
Right. But we can go further than that.
Right.
Yeah, and so I agree with the fire and safety access. I think I know I had a bullet point that it has to be accessible by emergency vehicles. I think a site plan is, that's a viable option, and I think, and I'm looking to see if I included something like a map. Because I think we did that for the you did that for short-term transit rental. And I think that's a good idea, like you should know, and building department should know where the actual site is. The site shouldn't be mobile, move around, like, it can wherever. You're like, okay, this is your campsite. I think the sticking point is the waste in the center.
Yeah.
And what I tried to do was, okay, it's a porta potty, it's gotta be empty weekly, you have to be able to document that. And I think we can be as stringent as we want from that perspective. The other thing I still think is, and maybe this gets us into legal weeds, but grandfathering in campers for time being with a sunset, so that we're not gonna have it eventually in transition to all tents, but for people that have been operating.
The problem is they've been operating illegally. Camping is not allowed in the town, so rewarding an illegal act is.
And I have a hard time too with the, back to the safety and wellness of the thing. And I know it's a very specific, group of folks, and I know they've been impacted, but, again, are we gonna say, the town says that it's safe and it's okay to do this, and then something happens, that's on us. I'm not willing to take that risk.
We carry the
And our-
liability.
And our the code enforcement department just said, chances are, we're not gonna be able to say it's good to go.
And if they don't need fire code, you're saying they can,
Yes,
possible, but if
it's
they don't
possible
need it,
that
then it's.
one of our inspectors could inspect it for that, and some of them are not built, so they would be denied. You would have to, like you put in here, to egress or ingress, you have that in here somewhere.
Well, that's why I was following along with your idea, Aaron, of making them a dwelling unit, parking them, and this is where they go, and they're gonna stay at this spot,
And then it's not camping, it's more
Right.
like short-term rental or
Yeah.
bungalow
And then
or
it fits the
farm.
definition,
Yeah.
the short-term transient rental.
But I have to see, I don't have it all memorized, because that's all subject to not our code, but subject to building code.
yeah. But I have a problem grandfathering them in because camping, it's not even a new thing in 2009 code. Camping hasn't been allowed like that except personal use on your own property. I know people say they're making money, but there's no inherent right to make money with your property.
Is it disallowed? Is it expressly?
Yes.
Yes, in our
Yes.
code.
Yeah, you can't do it from 1:30.
So we have people saying that they're doing it, they might as well be telling us they're making corn whiskey on their property, they want to keep doing that.
I don't know how problem.
But I don't think we can grandfather in something that explicitly was not allowed. Just
Yeah,
because,
I'll buy that.
yeah.
I thought that was a way of getting around the fact that we don't want everybody parking. now,
Right.
but-
No, and I
think
don't
that's
disagree.
I mean, I actually would love to have a broader community discussion about this, because I know that is one concern, is the presence of a lot of, degrading recreational vehicle structures in certain areas of town.
We did have something that they have to be kept in drivable condition.
Yeah, well,
Well, see, I'm thinking the opposite.
That goes
saying-
against what we need.
Saying if you want to turn an RV into a structure, then make it a legal, make it fit dwelling unit fire code. And if it can pass inspection, then come do a site plan. A campground has to go through a pretty stringent review to happen. So we can make a relaxed standard, like we said, a campground light for 5 units or less than 5 units. And,
Yeah, I don't have a problem requiring site.
like, I think the tent platforms is a viable option. I truly do, if it's done in a managed way. Like you said, if you congregate the platforms in a specific area with great setbacks and things and proper septic in, you know,
So you could convert an Airstream into a permanent structure.
I think people do it.
I know, I know that they can do it. I'm saying, would we allow them to convert an Airstream into a permanent structure? Could that then be a short-term transient?
That's what I'm
And
proposing.
not be considered.
That would fit.
That's, but I don't know if there's anything we need to change, like, is there something we can relax to make that possible? Like, I haven't, in terms of how we need to do that, or if it's just possible, people just need to see it's about having a concrete slab and some anchors.
I mean, the septic is gonna.
I just Googled here, turning an RV into a permanent dwelling, and there's like a million hits that just showed. I'm
The septic is what's
exaggerating,
gonna-
but
what's gonna fit.
But, and, well, maybe there's something, I mean,
Could we do that and a porta potty?
that's what I'm,
so here, here's a,
Foundation, what you want.
so here's the answer to the question, is an RV considered a dwelling? The answer is, in most areas of the United States, it is not considered a permanent dwelling. However, the regulations that define a dwelling vary from state to state and even town to town. The federal government allows you to claim an RV as a primary residence for tax purposes, but so we would have to look at New York State code and say, what does a dwelling need to be? It's saying that some, it's only a short period of time, 90 to 180 days out of the year. Then they talk about utilities, access to water and
Yeah.
dumping.
I read the same thing today.
Okay.
Where was it? It's in New York State law.
Yeah, just look up,
I just Google searched RV and dwelling and this popped up with why it can't be.
I don't Google like that.
I don't know. I can send you the
What?
link. I almost did, but I was on the other side.
Some places have regulations about the number of people that may use an RV for dwelling.
I'm looking at all these with pictures of roofs on them and decks in front of them, and they're anchored to the ground.
It's
got
kind of
electric
like, I
runs
have to
going.
say, like, it's this, it's a little bit like the tiny house issue where it doesn't really matter, like, people associate quote unquote tiny house with size, and then some people associate it with something that has wheels. But like, honestly, the size part doesn't actually matter that much, because the minimum I think you need for actual dwelling is like 220
I was
square
gonna say
feet.
it's super small.
So
That
if
was 3 people.
there's two different ones, I can't remember, maybe 220 is for an apartment, but I guess all I'm saying is, I think the idea of having something in a permanent location is different from having something that is mobile.
Here's another key point. Insurance companies do not consider RV a dwelling
Right,
in any case at all.
that's the same issue with the tiny homes on wheels.
And is that for both liability and damages?
Did you say that clearly? You just said insurance companies do not consider it a dwelling. We can figure out a way to make it a dwelling, remove the ability to drive it away.
You put it on some sort of foundation, I'm sure.
But I think we need to separate tent sites
Yeah,
and the only way I would accept the tent sites is the platform.
what about yurts? Would that be,
Yurts are allowed. Yurts are allowed.
Are they?
I believe so.
they can be,
But I guess it depends on how they're constructed.
based off New York State Fire Code, they can have fire.
A lot of stuff can, and also like the whole septic thing, you don't actually have to have a septic.
And
if
have a
you
compost.
Yeah,
Yeah, you don't, Jerry has been known to say that
Yeah.
you can have an outhouse in New York
Well,
State as long as it's maintained.
also he and I have talked about composting boats before, but,
They're allowed.
the question about whether people can rent them for use and how we want to regulate that and put that in our codes.
Well, and that's the thing too, if we're doing this as a land use, it's being thought of as a business as opposed to somebody putting an
Right,
RV on a property and making it their home.
right.
What is the impact of that? Of it being a business as opposed to a home?
The impact of.
Well, what are
people coming
you
to-
saying?
Well, because it's covered under zoning, whereas under, if you're turning an RV into a dwelling unit, then zoning,
Oh, it's not principal permanent, you're saying?
It
Right.
is, it would be if it's.
It would be
dwelling
if you were
yourself,
doing it as a
if
dwelling
you're
unit for
renting it out.
it's a residential use.
But if it was residential too, they wouldn't have to have electric or water, they wouldn't have to have it. But if it's a business, it's gotta be public safety, so it's gotta be water, septic.
Yeah, and that's the difference. If you're renting it out, if you're gonna live in it on your own, we have less say over how you do it once it's built and constructed. We can't walk into somebody's house and say, hey, I want to check your smoke alarms. Whereas a business where the public is allowed into it, the town has a legal responsibility to make sure it's accessible to the public in all aspects, ADA compliant, unless it's got the ability to be waived for some reason or other. They have to check ADA compliance, they have to check health, safety, fire code.
So what would the difference between a macro campground of 5 camping sites and more and a micro campground of 5 lots or less? What would be the ultimate difference between them?
The only one that I can think of ultimately is that the health department is going to approve anything with 5 units or greater, and less than 5, the health department isn't going to get involved.
But our building department,
Right, and but that's the issue is now our building department has to do the role of the health department in some cases.
I mean, personally, I feel like if for the platform tent, I would, for the camping platform tent one, I'm not talking about the thing that we were just talking about, but I'm more inclined to make the minimum lot size more similar to the way it is in the code. And require a cluster of sites.
Yeah.
And, instead of shrinking, we're talking, because right now our code doesn't cover structures, it's only campsites.
Mhm.
So if we were to include a platform tent structure,
Right.
I'm just saying I would just maybe kind of want to.
Yeah, because the section of code is only dealing with
You're saying a
business.
coverage requirement, coverage maximum?
I'm saying right now, the way our law is written, what I'm kind of inclined is if we were even to do one that covered a smaller, I'd still want the lot size to be like 10 acres or,
Oh, okay.
that,
That's good. But a bigger lot.
right now it's 15.
When we wrote this code, we modified it quite a bit to allow the sort of permanent cabin kind of thing in these campgrounds. Because at the time, our one big RV campground was going that direction. And we met with them and made sure that it could work with the ability to do that. But that's why I almost think if we're gonna write a new section for a smaller version of a campground, rather than trying to squeeze it into this, we make it its own subchapter, its own definition. Or it's just a subsection of this, all in one, one section that just the rules for that type of use only apply in that place.
What would the difference?
Because a lot of the things that you have in your proposal here, Michael, are just inspection things. And it really, you know, the fire extinguisher, those are all just a function of a fire inspection. I just don't think a zoning code should include all the details of a fire inspection.
Yeah, and part of why that stuff's in there, because I was trying to get around the big concerns I have from a safety perspective, other than if people have propane connected to it, if they have electric, and that's not being looked at. Like, that's where, to me, it's a real fire hazard. I agree if that gets pulled out into another inspection or same inspection as any dwelling, then I think that's fine. I was just trying to deal with the fact that, you know, and maybe we just say a camper has to be essentially a hard tent, and you don't have propane, and you don't have electric, and it's like you can use it as a shelter piece, but you have to use a camp stove for cooking, and it's like it's truly camping, so we don't have to deal with the degradation of propane lines or electricity, frayed wires and lights anyway.
Yeah, well, you can use a camp stove, you can use a barbecue grill for camping.
Exactly, like, okay, well,
Because campfires are gonna be an issue, because, you know, part of the appeal of sitting in a tent is, you know, to have that campfire going on in your place.
so that's an easy thing, is to just say we can't have propane or electric to it. If we want to go that.
But the RVs, you know, my feeling is the only way you can allow these is to treat them as dwelling units and say it's gotta meet the standards of dwelling units. And if you wanna start with the RV as your basis for your dwelling unit, have at it, but it's gotta meet the code for a dwelling. And it's gotta be placed on the site, and that's where it goes.
But if we're talking about, I think we've talked about the RV, the recreation, we've talked about that. I want to talk about the platform tent thing. If we're talking about making a smaller version or a micro or small scale campground or boutique campground, what are we talking about? Like
4 units or less.
4 units or less, what acreage are we talking about?
I didn't say 3 units.
I would say 5. Oh, 3 units or less. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, no.
Um,
To me, the difference with 3 or 4, if it's a platform tent, what's the difference? And
Right.
since the health department set the 5 for us,
Right.
to
So-
me,
I'm just thinking about the acreage and setbacks and like,
It's hard, right? Because 2 acres can feel really rural, or it can be like right on top of your neighbor.
well, I think you just need like 200-foot setbacks from all property.
Right,
lines.
that's
So
what
there,
she's-
I was just looking at the definition size of campsite, and it's saying it's 1,250 square feet. So if your maximum is 3, you got 3 by 12, and then you're talking about setbacks, I don't think 2 acres is gonna fit it.
Yeah, but a campsite assumes like multiple tents. There could be like 3 or 4 tents on one camp.
It can be, but the site itself is a minimum of 1,250 square feet, if they were saying. So you could have multiple tents or multiple platforms, so if we're saying a maximum of 3 sites, and then setbacks, you could probably, glean a rough acreage that would fit for maximum. Because you're not gonna say, well, so an R1 can have one campsite or one.
Well, I think you would have some people too, some owners would cluster them all within the area together to be a group campsite, and other places would.
Well, what Aaron's saying is they need to be clustered together. They're not allowed to be spread out by definition.
right, there's.
You can't have a big giant field and say, I'm gonna put one in each corner of this giant field. They have to be. put
Well, but if
together.
you can get the setbacks,
Yeah,
do we care?
what's your thinking?
Well, you would have to have, the reason for that in the campground law is the way they're sort of, there are set sites that are all accessible, and you're not allowed to have like all sewage, water, and that all has to be taken care of within the campground. It's not, so that's all, that like, having them, there has to be like a road, a driveway access to each one.
Well, and I think if we require that.
and
that's
set,
fine. If you want to put
yeah.
3 properties, they all have emergency vehicle access, they all have their own porta potties. I mean, I think we should have a combined maximum amount of area that we use. But Mike's point is, you want to split them up versus cluster them. I don't see a
That's
problem with
funny,
that as long as
they didn't say what the minimum size or the maximum size of a camping block. They-
Yeah.
And they said minimum.
Oh, that was.
Yeah.
But I think we could do a minimum per tent,
Mhm.
and then a minimum not to exceed, or maximum not to exceed 1250.
1,250 square feet is the
So
camping lot.
that's,
I think it's like.
Because I think if you have like
in the-
400
25
square
by
foot area.
Yeah.
Like a 400 square foot area is reasonable to have a tent,
Mhm.
but
And you could probably in 1,250 square feet, put 3 platforms. You know,
Yeah.
not, camping. So I'm envisioning
Well-
somebody coming to us with their site plan and saying, this is my camping lot, you know, it exceeds 1,250 square feet, here's my setbacks, and here's where my platforms are gonna be, as long as it.
if the
fit in there.
campsite, if each campsite had multiple platforms, as long as there's a maximum footprint for the campsite,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing it out, is that an issue?
I think that's what, I mean, our law set, campground lots are the sites.
Mhm.
So in our law, 1,500 square feet is the minimum campground lot area for a transient campground. And so minimum width would be 30 feet.
Well, I just looked at our transient campground definition, publicly 3 or more campground or RV.
So
3 or
that means
more.
that you're saying this is like, and that was the main feedback about the platform tents, is they need to have a defined campground lot.
Right.
That is required. And that this is saying that's a 1,500 square foot area.
Well,
That
you
has to
could,
have
you
that
could say, though, you could
access.
put the maximum of X number of platforms within that defined area, as long as they had adequate distance between them for fire safety. Do we consider that one lot, one?
Yeah, but
Right.
now all of a sudden you're.
Right,
you
are
can
we
put
talking
three- you can
about
put 3
number of
families on-
people?
Yeah.
Because like that's the other
Yeah.
thing, is like if we're allowing, we would really want to be limiting it to,
Think about this room for a
Visitors.
second, being like 1,500
Per-
square feet.
five.
So
Yeah.
this could literally be the lot here, and you have, you know, it's a 5-person tent. You could put 10, 15-person tents in here. You could build, you know, 5 or 6 or 7 platforms in here.
Right, so
Yeah.
we,
So we would
So-
want to limit it, I think, to us, if we're gonna allow the platform.
in our
tents,
current
one
RV code,
tent
we
lot.
say 500 square
Maximum.
feet for permanent cabins. So that was the give back to
Right.
Rondout Valley Resort, because their cabins are approximately 500 square feet, so. So permanent cabins of less than 500 square feet that represent less than 20% of such accommodations. So you can't build a campground with all, you gotta have a mixture of stuff. But the permanent cabins can be up to 20% of your total number of lots on the site.
Owner occupied that.
No, for the,
Oh, didn't I have that?
no, well, we're talking about. I'm just,
Oh, you're talking for the platform tent?
Oh, you're prompting us to talk?
I don't know that it would,
the property, like,
yeah.
should there be someone?
I
who
don't
lives
think
there
it's
in a
gotta be
dwelling?
owner occupied though, because it could be a vacant lot that we can do it on, and that may be where we want it to be. As opposed to
In a neighborhood.
in a neighborhood.
Yeah, but, so the reason, I have it on occupied.
I don't know.
So I think I required it to be owner occupied. The thinking there was that you don't want like an absentee operator. If we're requiring somebody to empty, you know, make sure everything's taken care of and the neighbors aren't. That's why. I was
Somebody
thinking-
comes up and buys a 10-acre lot, puts up a bunch of things and running out of Brooklyn.
Right.
Not gonna work good for us.
That was my concern. If I kept it.
Well, what did we say in the short-term transient rental law? Didn't they have to have somebody within like 30 minutes away? That was
1 hour.
1 hour, that was the manager of the site that was on the call 24/7. Probably just use that same language, that would fix it. I like what you're saying about, I'd like to see somebody's house with a campground behind it, but if it's a vacant lot and there's a property manager.
Yeah, I did say, well, I said accessory use, if you don't mind, which is fine for owner.
Yeah, I don't
Oh,
see
I
anything in here, Michael, that unless I'm missing.
Number one,
It's in design standard. See.
yeah.
What? Oh, that's fine. Yeah, no, I like the idea of having a site plan. I think it's gonna
Oh.
prevent a lot of.
Accessory use.
If it's owner occupied. But I don't, if it's not, I guess it's just whatever the campground wants.
Yeah, and I would have a problem in the R2 zone because that's, and I know that's the attraction of it, but the R2 zone is
We still have some big parcels in our.
I've got one.
some.
Yeah, please.
Mine's in R2 and 6.5 acres.
Well,
Well, we could bandy this about for another hour. You two seem to be in a idea here.
yeah, we
You
have,
want to try to work on this and come back with something else?
yes, I think I.
Because I don't-
She
I don't
says
think we're
it
gonna write
fastly.
anything tonight. that
I
we're
think
gonna-
I
and
can bang
I
out.
really would love to
STR.
get at least 1 or 2 more things
Add to
done.
our list.
No, seriously.
Website.
No,
Okay, yeah, I definitely want to work on this.
you're talking about the ADU, not the SDR.
I'm talking about amending,
No, I thought you just said you could bang it out.
oh, I mean, I'm saying I
2
could
years?
take amending the STR law, the research on conversion of RVs.
I would rather do a smaller. I don't think I'm gonna be in favor of the
Well, and that would address the tent. plan.
I'm talking about two things, the tent, the campground.
So you want to amend the STR and do a
Well-
separate,
Let's talk about the campground.
and then okay.
The only way I will be sold on the RV is if it's made into a law.
Yeah, what I want to know is, do we need to make, if that's possible,
Why don't you ask Jerry that question?
Then- is there something we need to amend in our STR law to make?
I don't think so,
Allow
because
it.
if it's turned into a dwelling unit, it's the same density as anything
If
else.
it fits, it fits.
Yeah.
Right,
And we need to know what is required to turn it into.
I just am curious.
that's
Yeah,
Jerry question.
I'm just curious about
Find out how an an RV can become a dwelling unit. And if it can, then we don't need to address it.
And all they have to do is.
It's a dwelling
comply.
unit. The current law will be fine.
Mhm.
Whether they're building it for rental, whether they're building it
To live
for to live in, and then treat the platform
Yes.
camping as a,
it. Yeah, I want
Maybe
that to be
campground.
separate.
And we're saying part of that is we would not necessarily require septic, because those are the huge expenses. So,
I don't think we can. If it's gonna be a dwelling unit, it's gonna be a dwelling. Gonna have to address it.
but it could be a compost.
Mhm.
And that's where it's,
Again,
I think you
the-
guys should meet with Jerry and bounce ideas, or with Will, or whoever you're dealing with.
There must be a way that's relatively inexpensive to see these permanent units that are on lakes, that-
I spent a
that-
good 4 or 5 hours Google searching, and I was trying to find a set of codes or standards for
No,
RVs. and
They don't exist.
They don't exist. I
Um,
know. I tried every combination
Me
of
too.
words I could think of.
Me too. I've been,
And the only thing I came up with was that the health department,
when I.
5
can't
units
sleep,
or greater.
Sometimes that's my Google search. No, I don't. do that.
Okay,
All right.
do you want to deal with the site plan stuff? Because there's a lot of no changes there, and I think we can get that one accomplished.
Sure.
I
Oh, I
think
don't.
sand, gravel, and quarry.
That one was easy to do.
Sand,
Yeah.
gravel.
I tried to pick off easy ones. Site plan special use. If we get at least 3, we can refer them, because bear in mind that as we move forward, we're gonna get the referral comments back, and so now we're gonna be doing double duty of everything as we go. So. So this is Article 7, which is the special use and site plan. So the 40, they want to rename the 44.1 into 45 applications, so it starts with a whole number. Because we had a 44 and we had a 45, and so and then change 45 to 45.1. I think that's just nomenclature. So then the changes though in sketch plan, as a minimum prerequisite, I'm fine with that. I don't know how everybody else feels. B was put in so the code enforcement officer could just approve something and it didn't have to go to the planning board. It used to say one-time additions of less than 10%. Or 200 square feet. Or well, less than 10% and 200 square feet. And they want to change it to no greater than 10% or a maximum of 200 square feet of floor area. I think it's kind of saying the same thing, but I'm okay with that. In this case, this has to be the code enforcement officer, not building department. Actually, it should say code enforcement officer or building inspector, because it's a building permit process. What do people think? That's why it was easier when it's a building department, because the building department is the code enforcement. Should we just leave it as it was?
Yeah, I wouldn't know the answer to that.
Yeah. We're just gonna say building department. May approve the sketch plan instead of site plan, which is fine. I don't understand. I understand the reasoning behind it, but I'm not sure, because if it's filed in the building department, it doesn't need to be filed in the planning board, because the planning board is taking no action on it. So it really shouldn't be filed in the planning board office. It was just a case of wanting more information, but it's filed in the building department. It's a town record. So I would.
Yeah, different plan up.
Yeah, I think we should drop that. The next change that's offered is just adding the word planning. That's fine. The site plan used to say site plan shall be overlaid on an aerial photo map basis. I reordered this a little from the way the ZRC presented it, because they had the aerial thing down further down. I kept it where it is now. I just put their language in combination with the existing language, which used to be in 3. So I think it's fine. It's easy to do. 2 stays the same. 3 is basically the same. It's just changing the language a little bit. 4 is a new thing. The Ulster County Core Habitat. The current mapping is pretty good, but you know, it's we've gotten, because it's an available layer on Parcel Viewer, our planning board got very in tune with that. I don't know how the board feels about it. Because it's an approximation.
Yeah, what do we mean by evidence?
Yeah,
Is that the evidence that?
I don't know. Well, the evidence probably is,
You're saying you don't trust the parcel viewer?
I'm not saying I don't trust it. I'm saying it's an approximation of the area because habitat areas are purposely not mapped in very defined
So
areas to protect that habitat.
So they'd have to get an outside source.
And even then, they wouldn't know. I mean, they already for seeker have to do the infamous bugs and bunnies stuff. Like L'Oreal calls it, so.
That's what I'm saying is, what's the Ulster County core habitat? Is that
So the planning board is, so I don't mind the wetland delineation for the existing wetland. Having to have a habitat study just because the map says they're not cheap.
no, that's what I'm getting at.
And just because the map says it might be there, and what if it's just a tiny little corner of it, you know?
I think we can drop the habitat study. I also don't know if it should be a shall. or a
Well, how
may.
about make a may? And if we change the shall to a may, I could probably go along with leaving the language the way it is.
There you go.
Yeah. Does the board feel okay on that?
Yes. Just for your same reason, you could have a little corner, it could be not a part of the lot, it could be a little bitty part of the big giant lot, or it could be, going right up towards the septic where it's getting too close, or, somebody can bring up something that says, hey, there's a bald eagle there or something.
5 through 9, everybody's agreed that it's okay. I mean, if you want to look, let's see, or 5 through 13. Really, the only other change there is letter D, detailed, instead of saying along with detailed grading plans, I'm not sure why it said along with, so. Then J, the adding structures makes sense. It could be a structure, not a property or a district. The wetlands, I will tell you, the county came back with comments that I just got today.
Okay.
And they think our definition of wetland is way too restrictive,
Yeah.
and they recommend that we follow the federal definition of wetland. I'm not sure the vernal pools
Yeah, so if you're not
should be
building
mapped.
in the spring, how do you know where the vernal pools are?
Right, yeah.
You're flying.
The current, including any soils identified as hydric, I think that covers it enough. That's my opinion. I think the vernal pools is too much. If it's a wetland mapped by the Army Corps of Engineers or the PEC, absolutely delineate it.
You don't want to just defer to the federal one, including any lands that fit the federal definition of wetland?
Well, no, I think the wetlands, I mean, the DEC covers state wetlands, the federal covers federal wetlands, and they work in harmony with each other.
That's what I'm saying, though.
So
Instead of trying to figure out where the vernal or hydrostatic soil is.
well,
So
yeah,
that's
so I would
a good
take out the
definition.
vernal pools. The soils identified as hydric, that's easy to do because the soil maps tell you where the hydric soil is. The vernal pools, like Michael said, in the spring, you know where they are, otherwise you don't know where a vernal pool is. A vernal pool is just a collection of a wet area in the spring when it rains a lot, and it's where water ponds up. And in a matter of 2 or 3 weeks, now I understand the reason for it. In those ponded areas, a lot of habitat, a lot
But
of
isn't it
frogs.
just saying mapped vernal pools? Like if it's not a mapped vernal pool, then.
Well, I don't think vernal pools are mapped.
They're not mapped.
I mean, we could say any known
Well, then
vernal
the sentence
pools.
doesn't
No, I know it doesn't. They're adding it in to try to get people to identify vernal pools, but
But it's wetlands as mapped,
right,
including, but if they're not mapped, then they're not mapped.
yeah, a vernal pool is not a wetland. It may be part of a wetland, but
No, but I can see what Aaron's saying. They're not, no vernal pools are mapped, therefore it's irrelevant.
right.
You can leave it in there. I mean, I get why you wouldn't want to destroy habitat.
No,
That's
yeah,
where
we
a
wouldn't
lot
want to build a
Uh-huh.
site
Right.
Yeah.
on a vernal pool because there's very rare.
I'm worried it's gonna be used as a tool
Yeah,
to stop
But I
things
guess-
and going.
it doesn't give anyone the mechanism. What it's saying is as mapped, including, but if they're, I mean, hydric soils are mapped, that's easy. But if the vernal pools aren't mapped, then we can't require someone
Right.
to provide something that.
I don't know that they're mapped
It's in the
because
middle.
they change all the time.
Right.
The location of them is not
If there
consistent.
were mapped vernal pools, though, I would.
So your point is it's moot?
Well, I don't know, are there mapped vernal pools?
No,
I don't believe so.
I mean, I know of some vernal pools like in like preserves that, I don't know if they're mapped, I don't know.
I don't believe.
But to your point, if they are mapped,
Then,
then they have to be shown.
yeah, but if they're not on the map,
Well, but they're,
by the DEC, then,
but it says including vernal pools, wetlands, vernal pools are not necessarily wetlands. So if you go back to the actual root of the sentence, wetlands as mapped by including vernal pools, wetlands and vernal pools are two different things. A vernal pool may be part of a wetland, maybe,
right,
but it's not a wetland, and since the sentence is primarily about wetlands, I don't think, the hydric soils, wetlands are hydric soils.
Closest map vernal pool to us is Massachusetts, and the Mass Pleasant Valley Wildlife Sanctuary. We have, and the other ones in New Jersey.
I think Aaron's point though is, whatever the spirit of this change, it's not gonna be enforced because it's not.
Right, so that's why I
That
said
would
we
include
take
any
it out.
known, any known vernal pool.
Well, that's, yeah, we could do any known.
Yeah, because, you know,
That's known by who, though, that's the problem. You know, if the public comes in and goes, I remember 50 years ago, you know, in one rainstorm, you know.
I mean, so devil's advocate, if it's a known amphibian spawning ground and they're like every spring, everybody knows this is where the frogs are. And so he's like, I'm gonna build a house right there. And it's not on the map.
like
you say.
permissive referendum.
Bear in mind,
Okay.
if those comments come up in a public comment period, in a public hearing, they can ask more questions.
Okay.
so the DEC calls them woodland pools, a small type of temporary wetland or vernal pool found in forest land. And
So should we call it woodland pool?
I guess
since
I'm
that's
just-
what the DEC calls it?
yeah, that's, I'm on the DEC website and they're talking about, they don't have anything about mapping now, so. Due to the small size, they're usually not afforded protection. Yeah,
That's true. A big known amphibian spawning ground would probably already be a wet.
Wetland,
Yeah.
exactly.
they have to be 12 acres.
Yeah, well, the DEC, a minimum wetland for DEC is 12 acres. A minimum for Army Corps of Engineers is 0.1 acre.
But they also say, due to their temporary nature, they're often missed during land use planning reviews. Even when pools are protected through local initiatives, the surrounding forest and habitat is often affected. So, I mean,
I don't think we're gonna solve, but the DEC can't fix.
they recommend mapping them.
Well, but bear in mind, Aaron, we may
This
be,
is a public facing.
but we may be
Website.
going off on a tangent here, because we're talking about
You're
site
right.
plan and
We
special
are.
use. Bear in mind, we talked about vernal pools in our wetlands
Yeah.
law,
Yeah,
and the wetlands law is going to apply.
yeah, and
So-
we're gonna edit it. And
Yeah. Yeah, so.
No, you're right.
I
I'm
think we
going on
take it
a-
out. Yeah, I think we're getting all
It was
getting a little punchy.
It was a fun discussion.
Okay, so we're agreed for taking it out?
Yeah.
The stuff they want to add to L is just, is very reasonable. It's in the waiver section, it's just a correction of putting an E on therefore. The where required by general municipal law and the referrals, that was a recommendation from general code, so I added that in. And it's just a reminder. Then moving into the effect of site plan and special use permit. It's just a rewording of the same thing, and it's fine. And then letter F,
I don't understand.
So,
I don't know how they make that determination, what the criteria are.
some people just don't do anything for the entire year, and then they're like, oh, now I'll start. Other people have been in the process.
No, he's talking about letter F,
Oh,
which
okay.
is about water.
Like,
I'm sorry.
Whether the site
Oh.
plan has an adequate water supply in terms of quantity and quality to meet the. There's no way you can, unless you do a drawdown well study of your neighbor's property, which is incredibly expensive. You've got to put a monitor on your neighbor's wells, and you need to pump your well.
yeah, I mean, we could say if it's in the low, well, but I don't think that's the site plan.
Well, this is for its special use.
Special use review criteria.
So, I mean,
The water supply,
Okay, so in a case where the water supply can come into question, it would be reasonable.
yeah, I think that's what it's trying to say is like, if it's a special use that uses a lot of water, which is not
Water park.
but
defined.
that's not what
but
it's saying.
It says whether the site plan has an adequate water supply in terms of quantity and quality to meet the specified needs of the use.
Well, this is just this is the criteria that the planning board uses to decide.
To decide, so like,
Um,
they would be matching the like
So they could
output.
say you can't do a lot.
Yeah, but they can't,
But if you want to do one, then you gotta do the study.
Well, then they're saying if adverse impacts cannot be avoided, adequate mitigation of impact shall be provided. So I think they're just,
yeah. I'm worried though that this is gonna be used to say, you have to do a study to prove this to us.
right, yeah, what is the?
This is a
how do we-
criteria, not a requirement of a special use.
Right,
This is what.
right, this is for special use permit
Yeah, so-
review.
So how do you soften that up and say,
I don't think you do. I think you just. It's so specific.
It's so specific that it makes you think of like an example.
Yeah, oh,
It's
that's,
just like,
well, I can guarantee, I know what the example was.
I might do.
Yeah.
so-
And it was, because somebody said it, that it might be possible, that suddenly all kinds of testing got
hmm,
done. But it's, what are the other
Oh,
criteria?
guess what? In D, whether the granting of an approval will cause an economic burden on community facilities. Oh, sorry. It mentions water supply in there. Sorry. I jumped the gun. I thought we were covered. Oh, we're not. That's public water supply. I mean, could we say whether the granting of the site plan would, I don't know.
Public or private water supply.
But see, that doesn't have anything to do, this is for special use only.
Right.
And
Yeah,
in-
this is
And in
this is the
special
site
use,
plan criteria for special use.
right, so
Yeah.
in special use, you're reviewing the specific parcel, because the special use, the town board is saying, the use can be done within the town, but it depends on where the property is and how it's being done. Site plan is just a generic checklist of, you meet these criteria and you get your.
well, again, it's so specific. I can think of like a million other things that might need a very expensive,
Yeah.
whether it's a sound or, a smell or,
How about we
Different
just
things.
leave it at this, whether the site plan has adequate water supply in terms of quantity and quality to meet the specified needs. And just stop there.
Yeah.
and the proposed use.
Well, the
Or
proposed
the
use does not adversely impact
specified needs.
existing or future groundwater users. How can you propose that for future groundwater users? I
Yeah.
mean, it could dry up because your neighbor suddenly starts doing something.
But if you change the end to specified needs of the proposed use,
Mhm.
and then just
Yeah,
end it there,
and then
Yeah, of the proposed use.
period.
And they got it.
Because based case by case, they might need something like that. That's okay for them to ask for special use. The same way you would ask for any other special
And it wouldn't be whether the site plan, it's whether the use, because it's a special use permit. It's not a site plan
So whether
function,
the
whether the use,
as adequate.
actually whether the proposed use
Or, yeah, whether,
as,
if the proposed use has,
if, whether, as,
taking into consideration, we can say whether or.
yeah. We don't need the and either, just whether the proposed use has adequate water supply of the quality to meet the specified needs of the proposed use. Oh, we don't need the proposed use.
It's already there.
It's already there. We can end it at needs. Okay, done. Does anybody have any other concerns on, I think it's pretty standard.
Pretty bare, I'm not.
Okay, so that'll be local law K. And we will set it for public hearing on August 25th. Immediately following local law J. And authorizing the town clerk, or requesting the town clerk circulate notice. And authorizing the supervisor and town clerk to refer to the Ulster County Planning Board and town of Rochester.
I'll make that. A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, we got two more done.
Good battle.
Yeah, that's an easy one. Oh, we can also do the commercial event facility.
That might be fun.
I don't know. Why you gotta let changes go on?
Any more questions? No, it is shorter.
Yeah. And there.
Oh, you know what? I didn't look at even,
Oh, for the other.
did Mary Lou have any?
Oh, she had, yes.
Oh, let's look back
Oh,
at,
hold on. Okay, so the one we just, the special use.
Um, yeah, actually, let's go back to administration and enforcement.
140-59.
Yeah. Wait a minute, 140-59.
Oh, she just. Oh. Please add. it's
Yeah,
just the
but
first one.
140-59 is not part of that.
Yeah, it's the first one.
No, I know, I'm looking at, oh,
It's the very first,
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. Yeah,
before building code.
add New York State. Oh,
So town of Rochester codes and the New York State.
New York State.
uniform.
Yep, got it. Okay, that's that one. And then in special use, 140-52B. She says, you want to put limitations on the length of the extension and the number of extensions.
Oh, I know why she put that in.
Yeah. I remember reading in New York State code, it allows the planning board to add extensions as long as it's within the 1 year.
But they don't have to,
No,
so,
and there is no limit by New York State. If we put a number, a limit of the extension or a number, that would be our choice.
right.
She's saying often towns allow for 4 or 6 month extensions. And can there be site plan and or special use? Yeah, so B should say site plan and or special use. I think the reasoning behind it was every special use has site plan approval
Right.
attached to it.
Right.
But we'll add the words and or special use. So the question is, do we want to follow her example? 4 6-month, up to 4 6-month extensions? Or do we want to just leave it unlimited?
I mean, the planning board is the one deciding.
Yes, they have to grant it, but they do have to give, essentially, they have to have a reason. If they denied it, they would kind of have to have a good reason to deny it.
So,
Because once the approval is given, you know, if the person just doesn't act on it and doesn't come back for an extension, then, yeah, okay, you didn't do your due diligence, but
Currently, our extension is 1 year, but that's in a different section of our law, right? That's under planning board procedures and
right.
not in the zoning code. It's, I believe, right?
No, no, it's here. The extension is here.
I'm saying the length, she's asking if we want.
Right,
to-
I don't think there is a length. Oh, it's in subdivision. In
Oh, it's in
subdivision,
subdivision.
you can allow 1-year extension. It's a
Okay,
site plan and
okay,
special use.
Okay, that's what I was thinking of. I thought
The
I was
subdivision
thinking of
one, I
the,
think, is 1 year by law in New York State.
um,
And the reason being is subdivisions have to be filed with the county clerk, and that's a big part of the reason. Whereas site plans and special uses are not filed with the county clerk. So it's just a matter of whether we want to go with her recommendation or we want to just leave it alone.
I think, well, I don't know. I'm.
So I would there to recommend stuff.
4 6-month extension seems pretty liberal to me.
Yeah,
I mean, does this planning board granting like indefinite extension?
there's no, I think the issue
No, they-
is that there's no.
There's no
guidance.
top end, so the person can keep coming back and go, I want to apply for another extension.
Oh, okay.
And the planning board does have to have a legitimate reason to deny it. They can't really just, go,
Okay.
nope, you've asked. too
So
many
this is
times."
giving them more.
This is giving them a little more power to go, look, get your act together. This is the
Okay.
3rd extension we've given you. You only got 1 more.
Yeah, no, I like that.
Yeah. So planning board shall have the authority to grant up to 4 6-month extensions.
Mhm. But I guess.
Do we
word
wanna
that
cap it?
everyone has to happen within the 6 months?
What did you say? Everyone?
So it's a 1 year of 1 year to request an extension. So they could grant up to 4 6-month extensions.
Right.
But each one has to be done.
In individual
Individual,
increments,
yes,
up to
yes.
4 6-month extensions in individual
You can't grant
increments.
4 at once.
You can't come and say, I want 4 6-month extensions. You can ask for 1, you can ask for another.
So another 2 years, thank you.
Well, sometimes if the market changes, you know, maybe you spend all your money to get your approval and I gotta make some more. Okay, so
Do we want to put language in there where if the board wanted to allow them to do, unless granted authorization by the board to go beyond that, or?
no, I think if
just a
you
hard
have,
stop?
if you've got, basically, Michael, because you got 1 year, you got 1 year to do it originally. So now this is 3 years after your approval. If you haven't started doing your project, you know,
And you
the
could
planning
always-
board gets to decide what is diligently having pursued.
And you could always restart if they.
Exactly. You can come back for a new approval. And then she did have a question about C, a special use which has been discontinued for a period of 2. Oh, you know what we should do? We should reference discontinued from our non-conforming use.
Uh-huh.
um, I think we defined it, didn't we? Letter I.
My last one. Hmm.
Here it is. What was the abandoned section, right?
Yeah. This is more intent of abandonment as opposed to.
Yeah, but a special use is the use itself, not the structure.
Right.
Here it is, abandonment and reestablishment. How about so under the abandonment, under A, the non-conforming use has been replaced, the commercial building or structure has not been occupied or use not exercised when the equipment and furnishings used removed from the premises for 24 months or more. So we just say has been discontinued for 24 months or more. Oh, we already say discontinued for a period of 2 or
She's
more
saying,
years.
do you want to clarify what you mean by the word discontinued? And,
Well, could we reference the
As used in section blah, blah, blah.
yeah, because abandonment
yeah, it's one.
has not been
40.
occupied or use not exercised or the equipment and furnishings
Right,
used in
so,
furtherance.
yeah, it would be as defined or as outlined in 140
40-43A. Well,
Oh, I got an
43A.
A.
Actually, it wouldn't even, we could just say 140-43.
Right,
Yeah, because that covers the whole reestablishment.
or we could say a special use which has not been exercised. Because that's the way it's described.
So we'll say a special use which has not been exercised. As defined in 140-43. For a period of 2 or more years shall also be deemed to elapse without hearing or notice. Good? Are we okay with that language? Okay. Did I give out the rock quarry stuff already?
Which one are we doing? Oh, gravel.
Yeah, there's very little we can change in this, but most of it is covered by state law. So A and B are the sections that just recite the state law, so we can't change anything in A and B. C is the land that is not controlled by C. So they want to add the PL 10. I'm fine with that because it's protected land 10. I think that's probably a really good idea.
I don't know why he increased 200 from 100 to 200.
Setback?
Yeah.
100 feet isn't far. 200 seems a little excessive to me, but the 100 is what the DEC recommends on bigger mines, but they also look at surrounding properties more. So,
150.
everybody okay with that? What the difference? I'm fine with the habitat restoration. Comply with the wetlands protection, absolutely.
So I'm curious about this because I feel like because of the way we're doing these laws, it's interesting because we may have changes to the wetland protection. And then if we push this forward for public comment, they're going to be commenting on the inclusion of this, which may change. So,
Agreed.
We're gonna have the hearing on that first, though.
but what is ultimately going to be in this might change significantly.
Remember too, though, before anything is finally adopted,
We have to
that's
do
why
it.
all these public hearings are being held open.
Yeah, I was just curious if we're getting ourselves into like a weird.
We are a
start
little,
referring to
but-
other
we are
laws.
a little bit, but if we tried to do the entire zoning code in one shot, we'd be here for 2 years. And
And I guess
as
this one
somebody
jumped out
who's,
at me.
who's lived it,
Yeah,
I mean, it
yeah, and this
started for me in 2003.
and this one, because I know it's like, it's new, and
Yeah.
it's big, and then maybe a lot. of
But
things.
whatever the wetlands code means, this should comply with it.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
Well, I don't-
It's more a generality.
I
Yeah.
don't think that's dissimilar too than when like, New York state law changes, so our law has to reflect New York law. So again, it's whatever the wetland protection of this code is.
What it is at that moment.
okay.
I know what
And
you're saying, it's like an
surprisingly, the only
inception thing,
comment
yeah,
after
no.
Dennis more or less really ripped it apart, the only comment we got back was redefine wetland.
Well, I was thinking, when you said that, I was thinking, I think all we have to do is tweak the definitions and then they probably won't have a problem.
Yeah, so, okay. So,
But the name of that code is not wetlands protection, is it? Isn't it wetland, what is it? The name of that?
oh,
code?
yeah, correct name, it's wetlands protection and stream something. You know what? Let's just say 140-16 and take the name out.
Okay.
Shorter law, I like it.
Brian Drapkin would be happy. Okay, local law L, everybody okay with that? We move that forward?
Yeah.
Set for public hearing following local law K. And requesting the town clerk circulate notice of hearing and requesting the town supervisor or town clerk send notice to the Ulster County Planning Board, the Town of Rochester Planning Board, should we send it to the DEC? We're never gonna do that. The only reason I would say is because they do the other part.
It sounds that it's just a stamp, and the thing is, half of this law is their law anyway.
It covers that from them going back. Why didn't?
Okay. Let's also then, if we're gonna do that, let's send tag and markers, because some of this is farm mining. Although, no, we exclude farm mining, from this, right?
Just
We
that-
define farm mining in our code. It's not this.
farm money.
Farm mining is if like a farmer needs to dig up some gravel and to use
Yeah.
somewhere. And that's not part of this.
Okay.
Yeah, so, but we don't need to send it to anybody. Okay, do I have a motion?
I make the motion.
And a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. We got three. You want to give commercial events,
Sure.
Yeah, if we're-
Look, when we get done there, we're gonna get in a crunch around September, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, yeah, we certainly are.
Let's get a little retreat weekend. Just lock us all
I
in.
don't have to drive down.
Commercial events.
Well,
Uh-oh,
move to virtual.
uh-oh. Oh, wait, I can do that. There you go, Michael.
Hmm.
I'm gonna leave it then.
I know on a few that I made enough copies of this to give Charlotte one. Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I did. There you go. Okay, commercial event facilities. Completion of necessary upgrades. So let me just start with the basis of what commercial event facilities are. They're gonna say- well, I'll get to it with the definition here. So this is people that want to have a facility and they want to have special events occasionally on a for-profit basis. Not, they're gonna have a bunch of parties in their backyard.
Right, that's just allowed.
For-profit. So completion necessary upgrades, fine. And I said this chapter because 140-16 is the wetlands law. It didn't exist previously, so I don't know what the reference in the existing code said 140-16. Clearly was a mistake. So I just changed it to this chapter because I couldn't figure out what section it was trying to refer to. Shall be permitted as a special use subject to the standards of. I didn't know what standards we were talking about. So I think we just say, by saying this chapter, meaning chapter 140, we've covered ourselves in anything in chapter 140. Because the current code says chapter 16. And there was not a chapter 16 previously. But I think this chapter opens the door to anything within the code, and actually that's probably a good thing.
I like it.
So the next is permitted in the
Mhm.
A10, AR3, AB3, B, R5, and H. Did we used to only permit them in certain ones?
I think we
No,
allowed pretty
they,
much everyone.
that we're taking them out of the residential. districts.
Right, okay.
I think it was like, the only place it was not allowed was like natural
That's-
resources.
yeah.
Should we allow them in the I and the NR? I'm playing devil's advocate. I mean, hey, if you want to do a special event in the mine, it's no more impact than the original mine.
We talked about using the gravel bank as an amphitheater off Crum Road,
Yeah,
to having festivals and.
I'm just asking if we, you know, I'm kind of playing devil's advocate, but it's,
And in the
I don't
industrial
see a
ones,
problem.
I don't think it hurts.
Yeah.
I also don't know why PL10. Can't remember why PL10. I understand the residential.
Well, PL10 is intended to be protected land, so in theory, you don't want a lot of people sort of gambling all over it. I don't think we're gonna have a big issue with that, because I think the people in PL10 are gonna want to be in PL10. Because they've already, the properties we picked for it, Adam, are ones that already have protections.
Yeah.
So they probably are more restricted than 10 acre anyway.
Sometimes protections.
Right.
But
The exemptions, if, you know, that's where the code enforcement officer can look at the approved uses on that property and see if it's something that meets the same criteria. It's like the example of Saundersville Farm having you know, a tractor pull.
Yeah.
They already got parking, they already got, so they wouldn't need to come for it.
So one thing I was wondering about this was, we're saying all of these things. Hotels, motels, nonprofit clubs, places of worship, public buildings, parks, restaurants, taverns, like, this is a huge list, shall be exempt from the requirement. I wonder if we should consider making that for indoor events, but outdoor events that might be more impactful to neighboring areas.
The problem you run into then, especially if it's an agricultural use, is whether it's allowed or not. See, this way, this, and a lot of back and forth went into this, and putting it in Jerry's hands or in the code enforcement officer's hands allows them to say, does it cover the health, safety, and welfare? I think we're gonna open up a lot more problems if we start saying every outdoor event needs this permit. You know, certainly look at the Saundersville Farms example. If Saundersville Farms has an outdoor event, and who's it impacting? If Kelders has an outdoor event, who's it impacting? You know what I mean? So I think you've got to give the code enforcement officer the ability to say, shall be exempt, but in all cases shall be required to meet the additional parking and health and safety requirements. So,
But I guess what I was wondering is, so do you have to go get a permit for that, for the building department to have that event?
no, you don't have to get a permit, but you have to get, the code enforcement officer has to say your property doesn't need a permit. You don't have to get a permit, but you have to get,
And then
the first time you have an
Yeah.
event. Yeah, once your property is designated as not needing it, because the whole reason of zoning is health, safety, and welfare. And that's what we're saying. The impacts are parking, health, and safety. Now, I know noise comes into it.
That's right.
Yeah, but it's, and you're running with agricultural uses, you run into a really big issue because state ag and markets has gotten very relaxed on what is required to operate an agricultural business. They allow all these events to say it's necessary, you know. Arrowwood says, you know, we hold these events because we sell more beer. And they're not wrong. You know, so
So restaurants.
it's a real gray
taverns,
area.
Like restaurants, taverns, if they want to use the property. To
But
have a
Jerry-
wedding, an outdoor wedding, then.
Well, Jerry's got to determine if they can or can't.
Yeah.
And if they hold one and he decides that they shouldn't have, then he can decide.
Okay.
Yeah. But it,
I'm thinking about noise because I hear a lot about.
Yeah.
noise.
well, and I'm not ignoring the comments we got about noise. I'm doing an awful lot of research and I'm getting closer and closer to having something to bring to you guys. I just wanna get a finished product. I've been doing a little more research and finding ways we can maybe do it and trying to come
'Cause
up
to me,
with.
that's the big issue, right? It's
Yeah.
like there's an event and something's going on midnight, 1 a.m.
Well, and that's, so,
But that's this particular piece of law is about an event facility. So you come to the planning board and you say, I have a restaurant, I also want to be an event facility. I have a piece of property, I want it to be an event facility. But also-
Arrowwood came back and got one of these. Arrowwood came and got one of these permits, but and
We were originally passed it without any.
right, but they came back and they got their approval, but they have to designate every event, whether it's agriculture or not.
Mhm.
So when they're doing their big concerts, those are not agricultural.
Yeah.
Those are in compliance with their 12 events and they have to follow these regulations. Whereas if they, you know, on a Friday night have a band there at their place and it's just a little band in the, you know. And it's become an issue with some of the other, you know, when is it too much? And that's where we give the code enforcement officer the ability to say, now you crossed the line. Now you're doing events that are not.
I just remember a lot of applicants coming to the planning board and us saying, you have to, try and become an event facility. If you want to do that kind of commercial work where you're hosting outdoor weddings on your property, or you're doing, 5-6 events a year, you have to, the one a year, the small ones, they don't fall into this.
Yeah, the county, we were really one of the first towns to do this, and the county really, they use this as a recommended template often.
In 1-2 year period, I think we approved 5 or 6 event facilities.
It all started because of a spa on Kaiserreich Road across from the high school that wanted to do events.
Yeah.
That's where it started. They ended up never getting their approval. But I see your point, but I don't know that this is the way to fix that. I think we really need to focus on the noise thing. And I still think we can.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure there's an appropriate mechanism for code enforcement to be able to, and it sounds like we think that. I thought it was just too broad, like all of these things, if
Yeah.
it's normal.
No,
then-
Jerry gets to decide if it's, or the code
That's-
enforcement
that's
officer gets to decide if it's normal.
That's what I was looking for.
And we had ones where people had to have decibel meters on site. We had ones where amplified music had to be facing a certain direction, and that all, but that was on an individual case by case.
So number of events limited to 12 events per calendar year. That's still the same. And that's based on 1 a month. Each day of activities counting as a separate event. Now, the open to persons other than lodging guests, we put that in because say a little hotel is having an event and they open it up to the public. Is that different than it's just an amenity to the people staying at the hotel? I fought hard for this language to be in. I'm not sure why the VRC took it out, to be honest. But I'm willing to go with whatever the board thinks. to me, it's if you're opening up your facility, you know, your hotel or something, and you're just renting it out for an event.
Well, let's go to the other extreme. If it's not, you know, a small hotel or something like that, what if it's something big with, you know, the Hudson Valley Resort when that was up and running?
Well, even still, it's the same thing. If you're, you know, but see, Jerry could determine that the Hudson Valley Hotel didn't need permits. This is more the small hotel, you know, the Starlight Motel decides to have an event, but it's a public event. People staying there are not, it's not just for them, it's, you know, they're bringing in 50 people, 100 people for an event. Now we got parking issues.
Yeah.
Now we
No.
got,
But I see what you're saying. I'd put it back in. They probably took it out. 'cause
I'm
they
not
didn't
sure,
understand
do
the
you
context.
know, remember why it was taken out? I don't,
Maybe we didn't understand.
yeah.
I don't remember. I don't think there was a issue. I think maybe there's just some places that aren't open to lodging that
Right.
they wanted to include
Yeah,
that in the
yeah.
concept.
Yeah,
But there are other types of,
yeah, but then they're open to the public, you know, and this is where thinking was, if it's a little hotel that is having a, you know,
right.
some
I
music
think
in
they
the
were trying,
afternoon.
I think it was, I don't remember specifically,
Yeah.
but my sense is it was like, oh, why is it just limited to lodging? Let's make it.
Well, because lodging guests are people that are there already for the use, whereas Arrowwood is people coming in, you know, well, I don't really care either way. I just thought it gave them a little more leeway. We can take it out. I don't think it's ever been really put to practice.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't,
Let's take it out then. 2 or more separate events with different clients are held on the same day. It's counted as 2 or more events respectively. Fair enough. And the bottom is very important. Property owner personal non-business events shall not be included in the maximum 12 events.
Let me ask you a question. It said 12 events per calendar year, and you said 1 a month. I don't-
No, it's just, that's how we came up with the 12. The 1 a month was just explaining why we picked 1.
I remember years ago, though, some public comment, especially around Crested Hen, saying 12 events a year. It would be in the winter time. It's going to end up being, you know, 2 weekends a month all summer long.
Yeah. I don't have an issue with that. I think if somebody's investing this kind of money, if you don't give them a maximum of 12 events, there's no point in them doing it financially. I still am amazed that Crested Hen is making money because of the amount they had to invest in it, but with the price that they get for those weddings, now I'm not surprised.
They just did the prom there. It's awesome. We had a great time.
Now the event hours, it used to be 9 to 11 and set up 8 to 12. So basically an hour before, hour after. It was changed to 9 to 11 on Friday and Saturday and 9 to 10 and 8 to 11 on Sunday through Thursday. I'm fine with that. I highlighted the all food trucks shall meet applicable town of Rochester codes because that was put in there. But it's kind of an assumption that food trucks are going to be a part of this. I don't really understand why it needs to be there because we already say they have to meet Ulster County Board of Health and other health and safety regulations.
Plus, when we do get or if we get a food truck law, then it'll be.
Well, I know why it's in there because Arrowwood was working their way around the code for being a restaurant with bringing in food trucks, but they still have to meet Department of Health regulations. So
Popcorn truck is awesome.
I think Jay should come out. I think it's very obscure and okay. I like him. You know, we've kind of been putting that into the decisions of the planning board, so I'm fine with them. I don't know how other people think. And the part that, and they even, the ZRC even put a note, check with Mary Lou, this may not be legal. I don't think you can revoke the special use permit if they don't comply with a fireworks code. You can cite them for having
Okay.
fireworks without a permit, and they can go to court for that. But I don't think it's, you know, it's, or if somebody has a bonfire or fire, you revoke their special use permit over a one, it just seems a little extreme to me.
Right, also the shall.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can take that out.
Just the last sentence.
Yeah, the last time.
I don't
Can you
mind the
ever
beginning.
revoke a special use permit?
Absolutely.
I think it's not, if it hasn't been used.
Well, can you revoke it for not following?
I think, yes, well, actually, I believe you can. I'd have to go back in the special use section.
To your point, we can do it may result in it. So
Yeah,
it's
but
not-
it
there's like
just-
an egregious thing.
Yeah,
like
but
Burning
this-
Man and
But
stuff.
this doesn't seem like enough reason to revoke it. I think you can for other reasons. I'm, especially the shall, but I just think it's not a, you know, there could be much more egregious actions.
Yeah, but you could go through this whole thing and say failure to comply may result in revocation. You could do it, you know, if you're setting up at 4 o'clock in the morning, you'd have to add that thing.
Well, but this
It's
is
kind of
just talking about the fireworks and fires.
I mean, we could do a generic one that says failure to comply with any of these may result in the revocation.
Let me look in the code. There is a section, I just don't remember. off the top of my head.
Isn't that assumed in the law? You know, that's why we're writing it.
There is,
Yeah,
there is a section where you can put a renewal on special use permits. That it's only good for a certain amount, and then you have to come back for a renewal.
And if somebody can violate
And that's always the planning board's option. That exists right now. They can do that. We've done it. When I was chair, we did it twice. Where we had one that was questionable, and we made him come back, and Preston had the first time.
Yeah, yeah.
We made him come back for a renewal.
Just,
It is in there somewhere.
Mary Lou, I'm just sorry. Mary Lou had some comments on stuff. we talked
Okay.
about.
Oh, charitable or fundraising events considered personal, non-business. Well, the building department is treating them as personal because they're not charging a fee for the use of the facility.
I got you, but my concern would be is somebody puts on, 6 events a year that are hundreds of people that are charitable events.
Well, you just mentioned the prom. The prom is one of them. They don't charge them for it and they let them have it.
Yeah.
So,
So we didn't count that as one of their 12 a year?
no, because they don't charge for it.
They didn't charge.
it. So it's only when people
No,
people are being
no.
charged? for
No,
stuff?
they'll charge for the facility.
Okay.
I'm sure the food and everything else costs money. And I don't know if they
They probably didn't make a penny on it.
I don't know the deal. But I know they're not charging for the rental of the facility.
So that didn't count as one?
So if you don't charge, it's not considered.
Well, that's, Mary Lou's point is that's how the building department is currently interpreting. It's not addressed in the code. The building department has taken it to mean that you are not running a commercial event facility if you're not charging for the facility. Because you could hold a birthday party in your backyard every single day of the year. If you didn't charge for it, you
But
can do it.
you could also see, like in the prom example, they might have been making money, just not on the facility.
Well, but that's code enforcement officers' determination
Yeah.
of whether it is.
I see what you mean. And again, the name of the law is commercial event facility. It's not for profit event facility. So, yeah, I would.
I mean, somebody who's got a nice piece of property who throws a not-for-profit fundraiser on their property, if we're gonna stop these guys,
Well,
I
then
think we gotta stop them too.
just because it's not for profit doesn't mean that the event facility is not charging money for it. I mean,
No, but I think they have to, if they're charging money,
Right.
it's not who the client
It's
is.
not who the client is, it's what the
Right.
Yeah.
facility.
If the facility is charging for it, it counts as one of the 12.
There you go.
If they're not charging for it.
But
So,
that-
I mean,
that-
Jerry, the current determination is not based on the client, it's based on whether they're charging.
Right.
They're donating the facility. right
I
now.
can see that where it's, hey, everything's on me today.
I mean, well, I don't know if
So
it's
you got-
everything, but they're donating the facility And that's all we're dealing with. We're not dealing with the food,
You're right.
we're not dealing with
Right.
music. We're
So-
dealing with the use of the facility.
So just cut and dry. If there's a charge from the facility, it counts as one of the 12. No, that's a little sketchy though, because all of a sudden, you can say, well, I didn't charge you for the event facility, but I'm gonna charge you for the,
Yeah,
for
but,
the food, twice as much for the food.
well,
So I can squeeze in a 13th event this year.
well, but,
A very specific example.
yeah.
It is, maybe I'm
And,
getting. a little
and, and
confused.
I think we are, and do we want to start, a facility like this that is used for the prom? It's a good community.
Yeah, we want to start punishing people for doing the right thing
Exactly.
in most circumstances.
I
Okay, I got you.
I'll tell you what, we're gonna get public comment. Let's see what the public comment comes back. We don't have to decide at the moment right now. I feel strongly it should not be charged, not count.
Yeah, I agree.
Because-
I agree with that.
Because in your backyard, you can do as many as you want, and we can't do a thing about it.
Well, in this law.
The impacts we can fix with sound and noise ordinances.
This law is for inns, bed and breakfast, spas, and similar enterprises. Not personal backyards, so I think you're
Agreed.
right,
Good
Mike,
point.
it is up to the,
Good point.
we could have a different code enforcement officer that might
Right.
determine it a different way, that if you're a
True.
commercial facility and you're generating income, that could count,
But
it's vague.
this is not just about in and other similar enterprises. So, right now, you can do commercial event facility at your private house.
Yes. you
That's what
could.
Crested Hen is
That's-
doing. They're
that's
using
true.
their barn at their house. That's not a commercial property. The inns, bed and breakfast, the reasons they were listed is because bed and breakfasts are a residential use. What's that?
That's from R2.
No, AR3.
Yeah.
They're in the ag district. And as Shane Ricks pointed out during the review, they could have put a hog farm there without a single bit of review and would have been allowed to. And as he put it, I'd rather have music 12 times a year than have a bunch of hogs next door. And he wasn't wrong.
Smelly.
Yeah, pig farms are, chicken farms are bad too. Well, so we started on this though with the whole failure to comply, revocation of the special use permit. Oh, and then we got into Mary Lou. Did we,
She had one more in between, change in section M, change applicants to owner and or manager of the premises to apply to future owners.
yes, it shouldn't say that.
And then she had one for P, but I don't think we've done O yet.
Yeah, what are those subchapters, Aaron? Do you have?
Yeah.
140, oh, I probably got them right here in front of me.
Is
Landscaping.
14017 is parking, loading, access, and traffic. 14020 is general, commercial, and industrial standards.
Well, the problem with the parking though is we're allowing them to make, for 12 events a year, we're allowing them to use like a grass field as a temporary parking lot. If we make them follow 14020, they gotta make prescribed paved parking lots.
Lighting.
Also, I don't know which one, I guess it would be commercial uses, one space for 175 feet is floor area. I don't know how it would.
Yeah, but it's,
Because it doesn't.
I think it's overkill.
Do we have?
The setbacks,
any parking
Yeah.
for them?
we have what?
If they have to show a site plan and they have to show where the parking is and how many spots they can put in there.
In I, including but not limited to temporary parking areas, temporary structures. So they have to identify them on the site plan, and that's where they are always.
I mean,
But-
I can understand them needing adequate parking, but I don't think this section of the code actually,
No,
it doesn't have.
doesn't have anything in there about temporary parking. That's why, and 14017 is Oh, that is the parking.
Yeah.
14020, general commercial and industrial standards. This is a residential accessory use. It's 12 times a year. We're gonna make them go to the setbacks. Why don't we just, instead of saying yard setbacks, say they have to comply with the development standards for the zoning district, which gives minimum setbacks and that kind of stuff. But, and 14015 is landscaping standards. I mean, I think it's over, I think they're overkill.
I say we take out O.
Well, shall comply with development standards,
Yeah,
the
of
schedule
course.
of don't have it in front of me.
When's there a time where it wouldn't?
I mean, isn't it already assumed?
Yeah.
Doing a site plan, that's still, all of that's already.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It is development standards. So it is assumed, but we could put it in there just to clarify.
And I guess setbacks.
Well, development standards are part of the setbacks.
Yeah, I guess just saying, just because you get a special use doesn't mean that you can, push this thing right up to the property line or, whatever.
So instead of all that, shall comply with development standards for the zoning district. We don't have to say at all times. It's got to comply, it's got to comply. Applicants shall document compliance with Ulster County Board of Health and other applicable health and safety regulations. I'm not sure why I highlighted that. Oh, I think I highlighted it because of the food trucks thing, just to remind me that they're one and the same.
So that is not a change, but Mary Lou had a comment on it.
Okay.
Will this documented information be submitted to the building department automatically or upon request?
Oh. Well, this is part of the, oh yeah, because this code is not necessarily about planning board review. It's
Right.
about the event itself.
Yeah. So we should maybe add,
Shall supply
yes,
documentation of compliance.
with Ulster County Board of Health and other.
Including the,
Oh. Applicant shall document it and then.
Shall supply documented compliance with Ulster County Board of Health regulations and other applicable health and safety regulations with application.
Documentation showing compliance.
Well, what if we said this, applicant shall document compliance with Ulster County Board of Health and other applicable health and safety regulations and provide such documentation upon request.
I don't think by request, I think they should
Because-
provide it.
But don't they have to
And
do it for every event? Wouldn't they have, wouldn't it be ongoing? It wouldn't just be.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be upon request. I mean, when they notify, they have to notify.
Every
So,
single time.
yeah,
applicant shall supply documents,
Okay.
compliance with Ulster County Board of
Then
Health,
that's good.
other applicable health, safety regulations, including the town of Rockland.
yeah, but where, let me just find the notification.
So if it's sent, if they're getting it from, then you don't.
Where is the notification? I know it's in here. Oh, here it is, in G. Facility operators shall be required to notify the code enforcement office of any event scheduled a minimum of 3 business days. How about in there, we say, by either email or letter, then we should say, documentation of compliance with Ulster County Board of Health or other applicable health and safety regulations shall also be supplied. We move it up to
Into G.
into G. So when they notify, they have to, shall
Or we
also be
make that a
supplied with this
non-bullet.
notification. What's that?
Or we make that, like you're saying, the facility operator shall be required, maybe that should be no bullet.
Well, I know, because I think it goes with the 12 events a year. I think it
Okay.
needs to stay there, otherwise I think it gets lost. I would recommend that we say the property owner's personal, that we move that ahead of the facility operator shall be required to notify the code enforcement officer.
Okay,
But if we move P,
heat up to.
yeah,
G.
and then we move the last sentence to after the word respectively,
Mhm,
because that goes more with the events.
mhm.
We could make the notification in the Board of Health, the very next section, letter H, if you wanted.
We can not let it,
Yeah.
I mean, putting it up there makes sense.
We'll do that. We'll put it up there and we'll move this section into above. Okay. And because we've already added a letter, now we're taking one away, so it stays the same. And that's it.
Make a motion to schedule a public hearing on the 25th.
We got K,
More with that.
JK.
I know, you know, that is-
And all the necessary referrals.
Yeah, let's short that.
So, yeah, motion to schedule for public hearing following local law L, public hearing for local law L, requesting the town clerk circulate notice.
L?
This is M. So the public hearing is following L.
Oh,
Requesting the town clerk circulate notice and requesting the supervisor or town clerk circulate this to the Ulster County Planning Board and the town of Rochester. So Adam. Second.
I'll second it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained. You feel like we're on a roll? You want to go one more?
What is it?
I don't know.
No.
We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And then do one more? I'll do one more.
I'll do one
We
more.
had 9 in the light
Somebody's gonna
blue
start
and we've
bringing
done
it up.
4. If we do 5, we'll feel like we've done half. Do we want to go back to the lot development standards, which we worked on last time and left
Oh, yeah,
kind of in limbo?
we did leave that one in limbo. Was that, or was it, did you have another one, Mike, or, oh, yeah, I don't care.
Are you gonna update this sheet with it for us?
Oh, the other one was the
I
overlay.
will. You notice all the way at the top, as of July 20th,
Oh, very nice.
that date will change.
Excellent.
I don't think we want to get into the overlay districts.
No, I know.
Um,
I know that. Lot development. I know I saw that. Come on.
We talked about it at the last meeting and we made a bunch of notes. Oh, I have it right here in front of me.
Lot development.
We
system.
actually finished it, but we had a couple that were
Oh,
questions.
there it is. I put a check mark on it.
So, yeah, number 6, we had a question mark on.
Oh, okay.
And number 10, we had a question mark.
Oh, yeah.
On
And strike.
B6, B10.
Yeah.
And,
What permit is the one?
and then we had define, access strip.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was all we had questions on. So
Yeah,
if we get that resolved, we can move this one forward too.
okay. And then we were gonna check.
So lot 6, lot development of parcels containing steep slopes. You know, we could go with it and see where the public goes. Come back.
The question we had was, what permit do you need
Yeah, it
for a
says
steep
permit.
slope?
Oh, yeah, permit shall be required.
Like, because we decided that we were talking about how driveway permits aren't,
Right.
the thing.
I think we said 10%. Anything over 10%.
Basically, the permit would have to come from the code enforcement officer.
That it would be like a new permit.
Yeah. Well, we could leave this because that's a Mary Lou clarification. Do you have any notes on this one?
I
Yeah.
think these are only the ones that you.
No, she did. It's the first one on her email.
Oh, you're right. I
But-
just skimmed right over
But
that.
they were
I see.
very, yeah. They were very generic.
Yeah, that,
Why don't we table this one
Okay.
until I can talk to her about it?
Alright.
Because Michael, we were looking at lot development standards and we had three things that had question marks, but we decided they probably still have question marks.
Let's do them all.
Well, one was the lot development on steep slopes. The question is, what permit do you have to get? Who do you get a permit from? And so I'll talk to Mary Lou about that, because otherwise, if we require it, then it's gotta be from the code enforcement officer. And we'll have to set the standards for that permit. And then number 10 in letter B on page 3 was, we had a question, we said define protected resource
Right.
areas.
Right,
And we're wondering if we should define protected resource areas.
yeah, that's.
So I guess we skip this one. for
And then
now.
I had another note, but I had one next to the multifamily conversions. It says, check this code circled. Was that, did anybody else have that note?
No, the multifamily had very minimal,
Like,
multifamily had very minimal changes. Oh, you mean in the
yeah,
lot
I'm
development
saying that's
standards?
the last, I can't remember why, but I circled it. So,
Oh, we were questioning about the major subdivision thing? I don't
yes,
know.
that was it. I think that was.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave that one alone and we'll talk.
Okay.
Do we want, the only other thing we could really look at is accessory structures if we wanted to tonight. I
Do
don't
you
know.
have that one figured out?
I only brought one copy because I gave it to you guys last time.
Oh, you did.
Yeah.
Is that one long?
No, it's not. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 pages basically. Because the 5th page is severability. It's almost the whole thing is red though.
What did we
I
do?
I have comments.
You do? Ready to go?
Yeah, I have comments, but I don't know. if we
That
wanna
makes
do
it easy.
I don't
You're
know if we wanna
prepared.
do it. No, because some of them are like questions.
Some of it is about storage containers.
Questions
I have
about what?
comments about shipping container.
Yeah.
Do you- like,
But it's mostly about storage containers and fences and walls.
That's, good.
Well, we know I have strong opinions about that.
yeah,
Yep. So do we want to have it tonight or we want to hold it till we wouldn't do it again really probably until the August workshop meeting.
I mean, I'm fine personally, as long as we keep it civil.
It's 5 to 10, 5 to
Civil?
11. Well, how about we do this? Let's start it, and if we think we're getting to a point where we're not going anywhere, we stop.
Okay,
I will. I will not say about the fence sites.
Fair enough. So
It's up to these one.
accessory structures not attached to a principal structure shall, and this, I gave it to you last time. 140.13. So accessory structures located in a side or rear setback and not attached shall be located not less than 10 feet from any side. That's just a clarification. That's not changing. That's not changing anything from what we had. D, however, we used to say accessory structures not attached to the principal structure shall not, and then it used to be no closer to the street than the principal structure on the lot, except in the case of agricultural buildings. So if you take the crossed out part of C and the crossed out part of the bottom, they used to be one statement. So, and we also said, if it's more than 100 feet from the lot line, who cares if it's in front of the house? And, but we said it could be in front of the residence, but not in the required front yard setback. Because the whole purpose of this is so it's not built in the setback, front setback. If somebody, somebody's house is 200 feet off the road and they want to build the garage at 250 feet off the road, why do we care? So that was the principle of the existing. So what it was changed to is accessory structures not attached to a principal structure located closer to the street and in the front of any principal structure shall have a footprint area no greater than the principal structure area, except in the case of agricultural buildings or accessory structures located. I think it's saying the same thing, just differently.
So you can build a barn in front of your house that's bigger. But you can't build like another accessory structure that's bigger.
No, you can build if it's. So if you, so you can't build an accessory structure bigger than your house in front if you are closer than 100 feet to the road.
I feel like part of why this was like, we were concerned, or there's a concern about building a structure and saying it's accessory and that becoming like it being a way of getting around the restrictions on the residents.
Well, it's not though, because you can't just say it's accessory. The code enforcement officer has to determine that it's accessory structure.
Right, but what I'm saying is you build like you have a 1,200 square foot house, and you build a 3,000 square foot garage,
Yeah.
and then that becomes like a house.
But it can't become a house because he's got to give it, a garage doesn't get a C of O.
Right.
So it can't become a house. It would have to come back to become a house.
So what's the reason to not have it be bigger than the primary structure?
It's just appearance. It's, I'll give the,
Aesthetic.
I'll give the example, and there was a very famous court case over it in our town that went on for years and years and years and years. Go down Whitfield Road, where Richie Smith's house is, and his garage. Was it Lower Whitfield or Upper Whitfield? The house is tiny, the garage is massive. And it's aesthetics, it's the, you know, it overwhelms the neighborhood because it's so big.
Yeah.
And it's right on the road. So the 100 feet, and I can tell you from having been a person in the room when all this was being discussed, the 100 foot was a give back. Because initially we said, in no case, somebody played devil's advocate and said, you know, what if my house is 200 feet or off the road?
Wooded lot.
Who cares? And so we settled on the 100 feet, as long as it's not, the purpose is to not build in the setback.
So in that case, the garage is in the setback?
It probably is,
Okay.
I'm sure.
Because I was gonna say, if it's not in the setback.
It's
then-
definitely, even if it's not in the setback though, it's definitely in front, it's definitely in front of the house. And it's drive by and look.
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
mean
trying
to
to figure
single it out, but
why do we
I don't
care?
mind because there was a major lawsuit over it in the town and the town lost. Ultimately.
I guess I'm just wondering, like, who cares? Like, if you build a very nice structure, it's bigger than the house.
But it's
a size thing.
perception of the size. When an accessory structure is bigger than the living structure.
I guess it depends on
Yeah.
what it looks like.
You get a trailer and somebody's got their tractor trailer, they want to park inside of something, you know, and, you know, all of a sudden you get this massive aluminum building in front of the trailer, you know.
But I'm not sure that D is saying anything really different than the existing, it's just worded differently.
Mhm.
Agricultural buildings are exempt, and if it's more than 100 feet. So, and then we also say, no accessory structure can be built in the setback, except if it's permitted somewhere else in the code, and there's exceptions in the code where it can't be. So I don't think it's changing the wording of what we have now, really. I think it's just, it's a concept that we're either gonna keep what we have or we're gonna change it.
Except for the size thing.
The size thing, right? And I'm wondering if we lost a lawsuit about it already, is it enforceable? Did we lose it because it was?
Who knows, because the lawsuit was 30 years ago,
Hmm.
you know, so, and I, who knows why the lawsuit was lost, and you know, it's one example.
There are means, first of all, if it's detached, so.
Yeah, it's
You can
detached,
always
not,
detach it.
this,
Not like a breezeway?
I will tell you, this principle is a very well-founded principle of planning.
And secondly, there's other, if you need to build some sort of big building, just apply for.
You go for a
something else.
variance. you can always go for a variance to the code.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to think of every example.
It's that, this is just covers accessory.
Yeah, and if you really need to, you can go for a variance, and that is always an option.
Or don't use it.
Okay.
Um,
So then you can't use cargo or storage containers as accessory. Okay. So the current code is the crossed out one. So, and I will say that this is relaxing the current standards, this cargo. So currently it says you can only use it as accessory use in connection with a commercial or institutional use with site plan review, where it's screened, or you can use it as accessory use in connection with agricultural uses. What we're saying is agriculture, industrial, commercial, residential, or institutional. So you can do it anywhere you want with a permit from the code enforcement officer. So you don't have to go to the planning board. You can't use it though. You can't use railroad boxcars, truck trailers, manufactured home units or recreational vehicles as accessory. Oh, well, there we would have to change that code too there, wouldn't we?
Yeah, because that,
Another place where recreational vehicles cannot be used for an accessory use. I'm just pointing out from the other discussion. So, and that's because they are not essentially for habitation. So now we're saying you can use them if you want, but you have to meet the setbacks. It has to be in an approved designated area on the same property as the principal use and be included in the calculation of the overall lot coverage. You can only have 2 per parcel. May be required, but by the code enforcement or planning board to be fenced or screened, but that's a may. Can't stack them except in an I zoning district. Shall not be used for advertising purposes. You can't make it into a billboard. And basically, if you buy a used one, you have to take all the old logos and things off and paint a non-reflective. And the non-reflective is because if you're driving down the road and your car headlights hit these things, because they are originally, most of them are reflective paint, and it's just blinding when your car headlights hit these. And we're saying they have to be maintained and look basically presentable.
I mean, I get the reflective part, but I also think this, I mean, if you get one that says mayor's curse, whatever the company is,
Well, what we don't want is it looking just like what it is, a bunch of storage containers all over town. It's just not very, you know.
I'm not telling people how high they gotta mow the grass, but I don't want a big Snyder orange, you know.
it's important
Truck
when you
trailer.
can see it.
and it's not when you can.
Right.
I don't see. That seems like,
Most of the ones that.
But
you-
this whole thing, what really is a big give back, because right now you can't, we have them, and Jerry's
Typically,
probably not enforcing.
they're-
okay, oh, do
Gray.
they company?
Yeah, gray, green, brown.
Sometimes,
If you,
sometimes they're
Okay,
repainted.
as long as it's not like, now you have to go paint it.
Well,
you get a tractor trailer.
I will say
drops
at
off.
the ranch, when David O'Halloran put 2 of them in. The first thing he did is they got a like beige light brown paint, and they painted them. And it looked so much better than what was
Yeah, when
there
you're,
earlier.
if you're using them for that purpose, you don't want them to look.
Okay.
You can't put them in your parking lot. You're loading, or, you know, if shall not occupy, maybe that should say site plan required access. No, because access isn't just site plan. Like you can't bunk one down and it's gonna block your driveway. Because that's your emergency access. I think I'm overthinking it. Can only be used for storage and human habitation or commercial businesses. You can't suddenly plunk one down and turn it into a business. Can't store hazardous materials in violation of any laws. You can't put in permanent plumbing or electrical.
So is that necessary? I mean, isn't that kind of what we're doing at the Rochester Exchange?
Yep,
Like if you want to have electric in
I
it,
think electric. but not
electric is
plumbing.
okay. The plumbing is, yeah, I mean, this was to try to stop people from turning them into homes. Because back when this code was first written, this is from the first incarnation of the ZRC. There was a big push nationally to turn these into homes. And you can, but if
it's
you do it,
expensive too.
yeah, but if you do it, you're following building code.
Also, I don't know what permanent electrical is.
Yeah, I mean, permanent is you're running conduit and all that.
Not an extension cord.
But I think we should allow it. Like if somebody wanted to have a light in there and they're using it for storage.
I think you can take out electrical.
Yeah,
And then we don't-
mechanical is like HVAC. You know,
If somebody wanted to use it as like a work shed or something.
You're not supposed to.
you're not supposed to use it as a
For
workshop.
storage, not.
We say you can't use it for human.
I think you can, anyone can take one of these and convert it into a structure.
You can.
Yes, what we're talking about here is plopping one down, just like. But anything can actually be used for any permanent structure.
We're not saying you can't turn it into a
You can take
structure.
a
If you
rail,
want to turn it
one
into
of
a
the rail
structure,
park
Can
and
you turn it
build
into
a
a
house.
house?
Yeah,
If
but
you
it just
follow
has to
building
meet
code,
the building
absolutely.
code.
So
Using
if
it
I
as a
read this,
material
I would
is
think
what.
like, I can't use this to build a house. I can't.
No,
stack
but-
my room and build a house.
Michael, remember the title of the chapter, accessory structures.
Okay.
It's not an accessory structure. A house is not an accessory.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also like using this as a material is different from using it as a structure as it is.
This is part of the problem with this whole exercise, because I'm anticipating people reading this out of the context if you don't know zoning code, so
Well, and I get it, but
that's why we're having a public information session.
yeah.
For all of you still watching.
I mean, if you want to take out electrical and put a light in there, okay, fine.
Yeah,
Okay. We'll leave mechanical and plumbing.
yeah, plumbing is.
So say permanent mechanical or plumbing. We're taking out or electrical installations or connections.
Gary, one of these?
I don't think so.
No, storm shelter.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think if it's up to code.
And then section 11 is,
I'll be apocalypse.
okay. Try to keep going here. Section 11 is the 100-year floodplain.
Yeah.
It's just.
I
you know,
agree.
You don't, and the reason is,
Don't want to flood down.
exactly,
They
Just-
got- they
just-
got bridges.
during the hurricane, one of these storage containers came off the Kerhonkson Pop Warner field there and got stuck under the bridge in Kerhonkson at Main Street and sat there for several months before they finally got it out.
Keep that in mind.
Floated down till the bridge stopped it.
Yeah.
So wind turbines, the only change is a little less than 1.5. I'm fine with that. I think it's personally excessive. I think 1 would have been okay, but unless somebody else really. Highly erodible soils, no problem. The swimming pools is in there because many people think a swimming pool does not need a permit. And if it is, if it's more than 2 feet deep, it needs a permit.
Right.
What's the 14013 C1 and C2? Oh, that's the front yard. You can't put a swimming pool in your front yard either.
No, I don't think so.
There is no C1 and C2.
I think in the drafts there are,
Oh,
but I think, I don't know, it kind of seems like what we normally do is we don't add the 1 to just say 140-3, right?
yeah, except I don't understand why you couldn't put a swimming pool in your front yard. Most people wouldn't want to, but I say we take out the last sentence.
You wanna have this thing have the same setback?
No, I say we just take it out. That's my
Front-
opinion.
Front, the whole eye?
Very few people really are gonna put their swimming pool in their front yard unless they live way off the
You
You
can, though,
would
if
think.
it's 100 feet.
Yeah, it depends on your property, if you're on a flag lot,
That's not your front yard.
it's not,
The back is.
no, but I'm saying,
Oh, I
in
see.
the park,
Yeah,
nobody's gonna see you if you're in the back.
you can't put it in your front yard setback, which in most cases is 40 feet anyway. Most people are not gonna want to build this. I don't see a reason for it to say you can't.
So you're saying take that out?
I'm saying take the last sentence out.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
I don't
If they want
think,
to.
I don't think it needs to be that. I just don't understand the reasoning. Okay, rep defenses. Why don't you just go ahead, Michael?
I just don't, I don't like 6 foot tall fences. in front. I think 4 was fine. And I just, because people come and they build fences and they close off the yards. And I think there are aesthetic issues.
Well,
Like I'm thinking of these neighborhoods where people build these big brick, things around their enclosures around their house.
So I'll tell you personally, I'm going to, or I will in the near future, put a 6-foot fence up. So I live on 209 and I want it for noise reduction. 4 foot's not gonna do it. It's a huge investment. There's some good looking ones that, that are on Lucas Ave, that are painted,
What if we allow it if you're on, like,
the difference between 4 to 6, I mean, we do 8 foot for the side and rear yard, which we've always done. The 4 foot fence in the front yard, the argument of a visual thing, I sort of feel like if somebody owns a property and they want to have privacy from the street, 2 more feet. What is more important to me is 3, because even our own ZBA used to tell people how to beat the code. They used to say, oh, just build a berm and then build your 4 foot fence on top of that.
Right.
So
well, they used to say that, but.
I'm talking a long
Oh,
time
yeah, I
ago.
was gonna say now.
Long
you
before
clearly
you guys
can't.
were in town. But that's what the former chair used to tell me.
Right.
And I know for a fact, because I've witnessed it many times. I think 6 is reasonable, and part of the reason we took this recommendation is there were an awful lot of fences coming to the ZBA. They ended up granting almost every one of them for reasonable reasons, and
I'm not gonna argue about it, but I hate it. But I can see why you want a 6 foot house, that dead noise, 6 foot fence, dead noise. I get it. Personally, I
tried to do it with screening, but it doesn't work.
I'm gonna ask this compromise to go to a 5 because you can see over.
no.
You can't go to Lowe's and buy a 5-foot fence.
No, let's keep it. We can go.
They're 5 foot.
We're gonna get public comment on it. We're gonna get pro and con on it.
I'm con.
But the reason for it, and I respect that because I was against it for a while too, but the reason is because at the time that this was done, the majority of our variances at that time were fence variances. And it was a lot of process and cost, and the end of the day, almost every one of them was,
Were they mostly related to noise?
Yeah,
every one of them was related.
light and noise.
Yeah, no, it's fair. If you're on the road, and you're at the wrong angle, you have headlights.
And bear in mind, this is only front yard setback. So once you get past, this is the key. Once you get past whatever the setback is, you can put the biggest fence in the world you want up. Now, some people have argued we should have a maximum fence height.
Don't we have that?
We do now. We didn't have it previously. Yeah. We did say that the maximum you can build
Do
is,
we have to grandfather in fences now?
No.
The Great Wall of Accord.
and I also will say, I have noticed an awful lot of illegal fences that have not been cited, to my knowledge anyway. So, there's at least 3 that I know that have gone up in the last several years, and I don't think they've been cited, so I don't think it's something. Retaining walls. So 3, is everybody okay with that? Basically saying measured from the natural contour of the ground, wherever that may be. Now, if your yard has a normal rise, fair enough. You measure it from where the normal rise is, but you can't build a berm or make a mound of dirt and then put your fence on top of it. Well, yeah,
It's late.
yeah. You can never write a zoning code to solve every situation. Number 4, retaining walls, 8 feet, they require site plan review, and that's because limited the proposed improvement only, and that's just a safety thing. If no solid fences shall be permitted. Oh, this was an addition, or in front of a structure.
In the historical division.
Yeah, but
But I feel like,
in the front yard setback or in front of a structure. So they're saying in any front yard setback.
Yeah, that's what I
no
was about to
solid
say.
fence.
oh, but the historic district overlay is just properties with historic structures.
Well, yes, but this is as shall be permitted in the front yard setback or in the front of a structure. I don't,
I think you just need to drop the or. In the front yard.
well,
setback
also,
structure.
why is it here? Why isn't it? It should be in the overlay zone.
Yeah.
If it deals with the overlay zone, it should be in the overlay zone.
Yeah, I think
Because that's where it should be.
Yeah,
Are we doing changes to the overlay zone?
yeah, but we decided it was too much.
There is no historic overlay zone yet. It's creating a whole brand new one, so I didn't think
Okay.
we wanted to take that
Oh,
out.
we don't have.
Well, we have the draft.
And we got one thing to add to it, huh?
Changing the waive to modify. That's fine. Modify could mean waiving. And that's put in if there's a commercial and a residential. You may want to have a 12-foot fence. Or you may want to have a 6-foot fence. for your hot farm.
Yeah.
Okay,
Lost house. And,
so N, letter local law N. So, motion to schedule 14013 accessory structures, local law N of 2022 for public hearing August 25th. Local law M, public hearing. Town clerk requested to circulate notice and to refer to the Ulster County Planning Board and then. I don't think we need to send this to anybody else.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Should we send Tag and Marcus?
No.
Aaron and Michael. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstained.
Motion to adjourn.
Yeah.
As a motion.
Did Mary Lou have anything on 140? No, I didn't know.
I think she did.
Section D does the last word herein refer to this section or chapter 1. Elsewhere in this chapter. In chapter 140, let's make it even clearer. Okay, done. Thank you, everybody.
Mike.
Okay, so now I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Very nice.
You just need to-
Well, and-
Second, I'll second.
Great, I will end the meeting.